All right. Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever this video finds you, welcome to Ticks, Villainous News, and Red Pill Sleeper Cell. What's going on?
What's going on, brother? Salutations, brother.
All right. Y'all come on in. We got the link. It's open panel night. So we're gonna be doing this on Monday. Get together as brothers and we discuss and talk discuss talk. What's going on, Adric? HB Media, Snowman. So let's lead off with the fact that it seems like at least 3 times a day, ever since he's been elected, something big has went down with the Trumper. Can we admit that?
Yeah. It's been it's not even a full month yet. And it's been a very eventful month.
The man is running with no brakes. So I meant to cover this yesterday, but I was like, I'll save it for Monday. So apparently there has been an update on what's going on out in North Carolina. And let's check on these people.
President Trump came in and visited this community and in less than 20 days secured over $54 million for families in need and registered 2,600 families that needed assistance and hadn't gotten that type of help to get signed up for the programs that we have. In the past 5 days, we've decreased the number of open cases by almost 80%. President Trump is ensuring that communities aren't forgotten, and he launched the first major initiative to connect farmers with recovery assistance as well. Today, I had the chance to spend some time with Mark, who's a micro farmer in this area, and to talk about some of the FEMA programs that he's been able to utilize that have been incredibly helpful.
Better than $750 that you have to get through your insurance company if you qualify, huh?
So basically, they're doing the job that Biden and Harris should have done.
Exactly. But you know, sometimes you have to correct your mistakes. Let's see. What's going on, solving politics?
Or your predecessor's mistakes.
Yeah, your predecessor's mistake. Good call. Thank you. Say, solving politics says, "Good evening, guys. Amazing how fast things get done by a president who actually cares." Oh yeah. Speaking of which,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like, oh yes, things get done faster when the president actually cares. Even if he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he still cares more than the other knuckleheads.
You know what? I would rather be somebody that was born with a silver spoon in my mouth that cares than somebody that wasn't that cares. You're right. You're 100% right. Lewis, what you got on that?
Well, I could go on a long diatribe. Like you talk about Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had practically an 8-year blueprint what to go off of with being under Obama.
Yeah.
And he's been in the highest positions as a high-ranking senator. He knows what to do in government. And it's just been a total shit show. But yet you got a billionaire with so-called 34 felonies.
Mm-hmm.
And he learned from his mistakes from his first term 8 years ago.
Yes.
And he's doing a far better job within the first month of this term than he did in his first term.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to wonder, those that's in the status quo part of the machine, which is Biden and all of them, is that quid pro quo? And Trump is really the first outsider. I mean, unless you want to count Ross Perot, but he wasn't elected. But
Hmm.
I like what he's doing so far.
Me too.
All right. So the Trump effect, the Trump effect is beautiful to watch because we were talking today on Charles's program about how it's helped out brothers, and this is in effect.
Just want to tell all my brothers, hey man, first of all, I just want to say, man, thank you, Trump. Because guess what? I went to a construction site today, y'all. Remember, I didn't have no job. I was doing Uber. Couldn't find a job nowhere. I went to a construction site. They was already working. Got hired on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Mr. Trump. If it wasn't for the move that you did make for the immigrants, and I'm not talking about the good people, I wouldn't have a job right now. Mr. President, I've been working all day, Mr. President. I just got off, Mr. President. I got a job for Monday, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, let me tell you, man, I walked in today on a construction site, hired me on the spot. I started work today, just got off, y'all. Mr. Trump, thank you so much.
So,
That's another effect.
mhm.
That's another effect. One of the things that they were saying, that they say about illegal immigration, and it's true, is that you work people for like almost literal slave wages. Like if the starting pay for a job is $15 an hour, they're going to pay the illegal at least $7.25, something that can be quasi qualified as legal, and work them half to death because they know that they're going to break their necks in order to get that money.
Yep,
What's this in the back chat here?
that's mine. A black woman actually tells the truth. The real ugly truth.
Okay, I'll bring it up. So,
It's a video, so it's going to automatically play.
oh no, you're fine. I'll bring it up.
Okay.
Let's get this subject out the way.
Okay.
So, you want to get Americans back to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to get Americans back to work. The biggest people who suffer the most are the poor. The Democrats, of course, hide behind the smoke screen of what about the hardworking illegal that's been here 10, 15, 20 years, has built a life.
You're going to
And
pick the fruit.
and they get caught up in a sweep. And what they fail to understand is that, as Tom Homan is saying, we're not going after those people. We're going after the criminals first. They don't seem to understand is that and he said it 1,000 times, we're ICE. ICE is pretty much what's going on, Simeon. ICE is pretty much, they're the police. They're going to do an investigation. They're going to hunt you down. And if their trail on a dangerous, criminalistic, illegal leads them to your front door, and you're an illegal too, because maybe he came by to borrow some money, maybe he camped out at your spot overnight and then got the hell on, and there's a hot tip that's led him to your door, just like the guy that been here for 20 years and he was on his way to work early in the morning while ICE jumped out of the bushes on him, and it turns out he's illegal. Bruh, you got to go too. There is no picking and choosing.
Well, you know what I equate that to? Like the proverbial the brother that got caught up wrong place, wrong time.
Yep.
He got caught with a bag of weed or whatever. He probably forgot to make an appearance or didn't have the money to pay the fine,
Yeah.
and he had the unfortunate pleasure of living in a fucked up neighborhood. And they're
The
doing
unfortunate pleasure.
a raid on the block because it's hot against Pookie and Ray Ray. You know, with secret indictments and undercover surveillance, and he's going to work. And they stopping everybody. Oh, you got a warrant. Jackpot, you going too, nigga.
Duck your head, please.
Yeah. We'll get you processed. You'll go out, you know, you sign you out, but you got caught up in the roundup.
Y'all don't mind if I share this, do you?
No, go ahead. We're listening.
No, I'm multi-streaming.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Do you have an opinion on some of these situations? What's going on, International Jay?
It's a new day.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Jesse?
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 Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. What's going on,
Welcome.
brothers?
Welcome.
How y'all doing?
Doing all right. We're just walking through a few things. We got some big stuff coming up concerning Trump and the legal system. What's up, Detroit 313? All right, so
continue.
yeah, all right, we're gonna bring up this video here, brought to us. Excuse me. All right.
There's something else though with respect to Amy Klobuchar. I actually don't think Democrats give a shit about Black people and care about those kind of pressure campaigns, because Black people specifically are always going to vote for Democrats. So the way that a Black woman asking for something from the Democratic Party means less than the dog crap on the bottom of my sneaker cannot be emphasized enough. Like Black women, like there's no planet. If I were running for president, truly the last, apart from like having my own values, the way that the last call that I would answer would have to be a Black woman's call, as long as they insist on voting hook, line, and sinker for Democrats no matter what. That's just the way leverage works. And
Hold it right there.
You gonna screenshot her lips?
Yeah,
You're
yes,
not
I
gonna
am.
screenshot her lips, are you?
She is fine as hell. I have to give it to Brianna. She's fine as hell.
Who is that now?
Brianna Joy Gray.
Oh, okay, I've heard of
She
her.
was Bernie's campaign manager.
Did she flip?
No, she's still a lefty, but she's just telling the truth.
So how does she feel about her boss being a thief and a crook?
Pretty agitated from what I've heard.
Well, you know what's funny? People knew about Bernie for the longest time. They had multiple homes.
Yep.
He talks the socialism thing, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and shout out to socialism. But he's a multimillionaire, and and everybody knew for the longest, even back since Obama, that he was getting funded. Even the Young Turks talked about it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's politics 101.
Yep. It is.
You're a hired
Yeah.
gun.
You want to play it again? You want to take it down?
No, it's fine. I was asking International Jay what's his opinion on that.
Oh,
Run it back for me.
okay.
Okay.
No.
Right.
There's something else though with respect to Amy Klobuchar. I actually don't think Democrats give a shit about Black people and care about those kind of pressure campaigns, because Black people specifically are always going to vote for Democrats. So the way that a Black woman asking for something from the Democratic Party means less than the dog crap on the bottom of my sneaker cannot be emphasized enough. Like Black women, there's no planet. If I were running for president, truly the last, apart from like having my own values, the way that the last call that I would answer would have to be a Black woman's call, as long as they insist on voting hook, line, and sinker for Democrats no matter what. That's just the way leverage works. And
Can't make this shit up.
So yeah, man. That's just the way it is, bro. That's just the way it is. Like the brainwashing and propaganda has been so effective. I mean, people don't even use like common sense or logic. Like it's a blind loyalty to the Democratic Party, and it's sad. I mean, this stuff has kind of went international in a sense. I mean, you do have your international feminists, and you do have your liberals in other countries, your black female liberals in other countries as well, like Canada and stuff like that support, that kind of blindly support them as well.
Yeah.
Got the leverage. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Bay, I got a question.
Yes.
Did you get secondary sources on the ice thing with Colorado by chance, or Aura?
Oh, you mean the thing that happened down in Aurora?
Yeah, what I sent you the link on.
I did not. Hold on, let's take a look.
Because I got the video. I could play if you want me to play it.
Yeah, bring
What's up, Snowman? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on? How are you guys?
Oh man, how's it going?
All right.
And say
busy
hello
on-
to Mrs. Snowman for me.
She just came in too. She's doing good.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to do more Super Bowl streams with her because she was acting a fool. That was
Wait,
that was
what'd
very entertaining.
What'd you say, AB?
I'm gonna need you to do more Super Bowl streams with her because that was very entertaining.
I told her she was a hit last night.
So, believe it or not, I fell asleep by halftime.
I'm not surprised.
So
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
my only question is, so Kansas City decided to start playing in the second half, huh?
Something like that.
Well, they had to cover. They had to let them.
Of course, they had to cover that.
Mm-hmm.
They had to cover that because if they like completely stepped off the gas, it would have been a shutout.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a complete and utter shutout. As it stands, it's a complete and utter disaster by the Chiefs.
Yep.
And it opens the door for a lot of other teams to rotate in that top spot.
Mm-hmm. Now, as far as the halftime show, I did watch bits and pieces of that. That sucks for Drake.
DeCarlo, all sports is fixed.
AB,
Yeah.
I don't think it sucks for Drake. Think about it. Almost the entire halftime show for the Super Bowl is about another person. That's more promotion for him.
Yeah, that's true. He'll probably make some money off it. So whatever.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten a copyright warning because what I did for my wife was play the audio. And my wife looked at me and I looked at her and she had this what the absolute fuck look on her face.
Hey, no cursing tonight.
I am
No
sorry.
cursing tonight.
I am sorry.
We got to keep it going. We got to keep it open.
You got to put money in the tip jar now.
Yeah, I gotta start the swear jar again.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for that.
I should have put that out there. That's my fault. So where is you need to bring up that link that you were talking about.
Wait,
there.
I got the page. Hold on. Let me click on it.
All right.
The women. Hold on.
Are we gonna get? Hey, Lewis, are we gonna get any more award-winning Clubhouse Chronicles?
Hold on.
That's a good question.
Because to say the least, I was quite entertained by them. To say the most, I was laughing my rear end off and loved it.
Hold on. I'm gonna present. Boom. Share screen. Share screen.
What's going on, Carlton? Yeah, I'm over here now.
You got it? Let me know when you pull it up.
I got it. There you go.
All right, I'm about to play it.
So many questions. First of all, if they're shouting and helping these people get away with bullhorns, how is that legal to get help from the people in the streets? I know they can protest, but that's not what they're doing.
You're exactly right. When they cross the line of impediment, and that's why I'm working very close, starting this morning with Department of Justice, and where do they cross that line of impediment? So they may find themselves in a pair of handcuffs very soon. So working with DOJ on that, get some legal guidance on that. I'm not an attorney. I know what SecOps is about. I know what crossing that line is, but getting DOJ back up on that. So it's something we're looking at right now, Harris. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. This is not a game. When we show up these sites, this is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and all the DOJ agencies. To have that type of interference puts our officers at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the ball here. So we're addressing that immediately today. I'm addressing OPSEC today, Operational Security, and how these leaks are happening. We've already identified how this operation got leaked. I'll deal with that today. So,
Oh wow.
Hey, hold on. All right,
First of all,
hold on.
So how did they get leaked today? How did they get leaked?
Wait. First
what I
of
hear
all, can I say something right quick?
Go ahead. We're going in order.
This is where I give credit to you, Bay. You're the only one that's been talking for over almost a half a year about this. When Trump get into office, he was going to hit Aurora, Colorado. You're the only one that I know of, and it's not because you're my friend. It's the truth. In this sector of YouTube, you were the only one that was consistently talking about this.
Well, there is Black Light Revelations. I got to give Miss credit. Like me and Black Light Revelations were only two that I saw that were consistently speaking on it. So I got to give him his credit.
That brother, shout out to him. But what state is Colorado?
A blue state.
Colorado.
Blue.
Yeah, it's blue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's why you know. You can take it down. Wait a minute. Let me.
I appreciate it. I wonder who leaked it because I know there was a radio station that had leaked the names of the agents. I've been so busy, guys, trying to get.
I think I have that too. I have that because let me see. Cognitive decline. Let's see. U.S. aid rerouted to fund Soros-aligned causes, terrorists, and drag queens. Do you want to see that?
Well, hold on. I need to get everybody's opinion on.
No, I'm just reading the
situation. Oh yeah, you can bring it up. We definitely gonna do the
AB
James.
Who's next in line? AB.
Yeah, AB.
I'm not surprised. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that where the migrants took over the
apartment complexes?
Complexes? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that Trump went after that city. Because that's just outrageous. That doesn't surprise me. ICE went there to handle business. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Right. So for those of you who are not familiar, what happened was because they're stopping in Chicago, they're stopping in New York. Oh, by the way, speaking of New York, Eric Adams, they dropped the case against Eric Adams, Department of Justice. That was announced about a little after, I would say about after 8 o'clock. They announced that because he's been helping, there they are. He's been snitching. Yep. So they dropped the charges on him.
There it is.
Yeah, they dropped the charges on him. But what was going on in Aurora was that the mayor there was like, we're a sanctuary city. We're not giving up our illegals. And it was like, okay, that's fine. So I was saying that was the first place that they should have hit. And it's like, I'm rolling up. I mean, Tren de Alegre, that's, in all honesty, on American soil, you are terrorists. So I'm rolling up with the 50 cal. You understand? I'm rolling up with the 50 cal and the Humvees and whatnot. And either you come quietly or you go quietly into that good night. So what happened was they showed up to raid the complexes and nobody was there because they were tipped off. Oh yeah, he happy like a mug. Yeah, so they were tipped off. So that's what he's upset about. And then you had a radio station that yeah, hit the likes, fellas. Hit the likes, share the button, share the share this broadcast. So what happened was you had a radio station that leaked the names of some of the ICE agents and everything. Oh my God, I'm sorry. As I was saying, I've been so busy pretty much getting an early jump on my spring cleaning, changing out furniture and whatnot. I haven't been on top of these stories like I normally am. So, you know, I'm relying on y'all to help me out for a minute, at least for another week or so. But I'm going to get it together. I'm almost done. Well, I'm not close to done. I got more stuff coming in. Anyway, so that's the up-to-date situation concerning that. Snowman, any...
Why should you be surprised? I'm not surprised. You have been calling this, as Louis said, you've been calling this for a little over half a year, and now that it's coming to pass, people are being surprised, and it's like, why? That was the first place he planned to go anyway.
Yeah, can I jump in just for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to shout out Eric Adams because I watched an interview with him, and he actually explained what a sanctuary city actually is, and he pointed out that they're not supposed to sanctuary city by definition. They're not supposed to be giving them a free rent and stuff like they were doing. That these people are supposed to pay, were actually supposed to work and pay into the tax system, and these people weren't doing that, and that's one of the reasons why he flipped. So shout out to Eric Adams because I didn't know that. I thought when they said sanctuary city, that anybody could come there and they'll do whatever they want with them.
Well, you know what happened to Eric Adams, right? It's that natural thing that is put in all human beings: self-preservation.
Yep.
Fight or flight.
And I don't blame him.
Fight or flight.
International J, what is your opinion on the Colorado situation?
All right, so I'm surprised y'all made it to me without somebody saying what I have heard happen.
I'm trying to moderate. I'm trying to moderate. I don't want y'all to. I don't want any arguing tonight. So
okay,
I want everybody to be heard. So I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I just thought somebody was gonna bring it up before I did. But what I heard was that the leaks came from the FBI. That's what I heard. I seen a press conference from the DHS secretary that spoke a little bit about that earlier today. What's her name? Secretary Kristi Noemi, and she vowed that the FBI is corrupt and it will work with any and every agency in the U.S. government to stop those leaks and to prosecute those corrupt agents.
Is that what this is, Lewis?
I think so. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I heard the same thing, but I had forgotten about it.
Ooh, Lord.
You want me to play it?
Oh, yes, please.
Continue to be on our hearts, and the president and this administration are committed to ensuring that these individuals get the funding that they need. And I would just say a strong message to Democrats who are out there pretending to be outraged about the long list of crap that this administration is cutting: federal waste and funding, like $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. I could go on, and I'm happy to provide this list to every single one of you. Democrats are outraged that the American people want to be, they want their taxpayers going to good uses, not stuff like this. But then they're very quiet about the fact that there are still North Carolinians and people in California who have lost everything. And in the last 4 years, this federal government did nothing to help them. This president will continue to put Americans first. And I think the successes of this week so far speak to that. And it's only Wednesday. So I'll see you guys later this week, and we'll see.
Wrong one.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Take your time. But condoms for Gaza. Come to find out, the condoms were like pretty much like a sticky bomb. That was the point of the condoms going for Gaza, because they fill the condoms with a compound and use it as an explosive device. What's going on there? Lithium. Yeah, Sesame Street show to brainwash the children, the little boys and girls, into, the crap that they were trying to do here in America, which is screw up the kids' brain skulls.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor, AB. Bring that
Wait,
that
I got
video
it.
with the woman.
I think I
Drop
got it
that
right
video
here.
with you. Okay.
I think
No,
I
it's fine.
got
Bring
it.
it up.
All
But
right.
do me a favor, AB Media. Drop that video you posted. Drop that down. I don't want to kick it and accidentally kick you out. All right.
There you go.
I mean,
All
I got
right.
it.
Yeah, condom pipe bombs. All right, so go ahead.
There may be a leak inside the house.
Hold on, pause that. Full screen that
For the
if you can.
operations that they are attempting to carry out.
There we go.
What's your reaction to hearing about that, and what, if anything, can be done to mitigate that?
Oh, that's Pam Bondi.
Well, if anyone leaks anything, people don't understand that jeopardizes the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement. And if you leaked it, we will find out who you are and we will come after you. And it's not going to stop our mission. It's not going to stop the president's mission to make America safe again. We were very clear with the lawsuit that we filed in Chicago that if you don't follow the law, you will be prosecuted by the Department of Justice.
There may be a leak inside the.
She's pretty sure.
Man, I told y'all on the other stream, this Negro Trump then assembled the Avengers on their ass.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Wait.
Lewis said that Tom Holman was Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Say Thanos and the Black Order.
I have so many questions. First of all, if they're shouting and helping these people get away with bullhorns, how is that legal?
Oh, yeah, you played
Get
this.
help from the people in the
I
streets.
did?
I know they can
Yeah,
protest.
you
That's
played
not
that.
That's their fault, if I'm not mistaken.
You say deport them 30 million people, no reason they get free housing while we pay 2K for apartments.
For apartments.
Right. And then come to find out, Trump, that I did catch it today, that Trump is not happy with the number of deportees per day. He feels that it needs to be more.
Mm-hmm.
He feels that it needs to be more. So
Look
you're
at that.
looking at him slashing the budget. This is why he's about to sick Musk's team on the Department of Education and also on the military. All right, because that's where a lot of the blight and the bloat is.
And
A
by
lot
the
of
way,
corruption is there. Yes.
by the way, that is something that the Democrats claimed he would never do. that he would never
told this lie?
who would never look at the military budget.
I repeat my question. I say it often. Who told this lie?
The Democrats.
So I
Of
know
course.
that's a rhetorical question,
course.
but
Yes.
it was a
turns
lot
out
of
it is a
Democrats, and this one particular guy in particular. If I could remember his name, I'll bring it up. Well, go ahead.
No, so let's see here. Follows in English, Colorado Rapid Response Network Immigration. You want to read that, Lewis?
Sure. Confirmed ICE activity at 7777 East Hampton Avenue. Proceed with caution. 30 to 40 armed agents in the area. This is on Twitter. I guess this is one of their immigrant alert networks that because I typed in FBI leak Colorado raid, so that's here when you do the Twitter search. This was February 6th right here with I guess this is Fox story. Let's see, leaks to criminal gangs and activists by local Denver media may have put hundreds of law enforcement and Colorado families at risk. Hold on, let me see.
No, you're fine. Mama answered Detroit 313's post. He said black people could have voted third party for reparations, and That's why I voted Jill Stein. You're supposed to vote your interest, right, fellas?
Yep.
Okay. So Jill Stein was the only candidate on the ticket that was talking about getting Black people reparations. She spoke about it not only on the Breakfast Club, but also on Jason Black's podcast.
And she was the only white person that held her own.
Right. And I mean, Jason Black normally tears people apart. he was left flabbergasted.
Yep.
He was left flabbergasted. He was like, well, all right.
I was like, he ain't said nothing about that. I guess the real Miss Hand was in the room. Oops, let me shut up.
No, it's
you want me to
fine.
play this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Accused of being violent and not following the law. And you had media reporters tipping off activists, and they showed up to the radio and messed it up.
About this during the commercial. Tell us what happened.
So essentially, the administration has been inviting reporters on these ride-alongs to see what's happened. So there's a visual. They're dangerous raids. They invested all these resources into raids in Aurora. We've seen the footage of the apartment complex, the Grafton Trinidad. Some of the reporters tipped off the activists, so they come out. Again, Bill Belushi is going to show y'all later on today. There's air sirens and everything of these activists. And they're telling them, don't answer your door. Don't answer your door. And so it totally messed up the operation. They got some people off the street, but not nearly as much as they could have.
Wait a second. You mean the apartment complexes who are overrun by so that they denied happening? The mayor and Governor Polis said that Trump was doing this for election reasons. They still pulled out over 100 people, and they're going to be sending them back, hopefully to Gitmo, perhaps. But this is fascinating. This is local CV.
I just want to put on the radar, I'm not going to say the station's name and all that, but if you see the administration pushing back and saying no more ride-alongs, and there's a media blackout, it's because of officer safety. They're destroying the operations out there. In an effort to be transparent, they invited the press to come along with them. They didn't expect them to leak the information to the activists on the ground. There's no way else they could have found out about this.
Unbelievable.
And when they said the sirens, it brings up the thing with over there in Iraq and Afghanistan where they were using the mosque, where they were using to call a prayer to alert everybody. That was the first thing that came to my mind when they talking about hitting the sirens. They're using guerrilla warfare.
So I'll start with you, International Jay, because you're always at the bottom of the pile. Just the way of the order. What do you think about that? The snitching.
I mean, it's just par for the course, man. I mean, this is the way they play the game now with the Democratic Party. Democratic mayors and all of these people. It's about resistance, Not to say that you shouldn't disagree and fight for certain stuff, but I think it's foolish on both parties and just to oppose what the other party is doing just because, you know what I mean? If you genuinely disagree with it, I mean, think about this. There's two things that Trump is doing that the Democrats 100% supported when Obama was doing it, and that is the amount of deportations and the use of Doge, which a lot of people don't know is that the name has changed, but it was actually a department that was created during the Obama administration that Doge is actually under. Can't think of the name right now, but those two things Obama did. Not that name, but it's a name before that. So the Department of Government Efficiency is under a department that Obama actually created. All they did was change the name. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, they didn't have a problem with the deportations when Obama was doing it. They didn't have a problem with this particular department looking into, certain things within the government when Obama created it. So it's ridiculous, man. But it's par for the course. That's where we at in politics these days.
Right. Snow?
Again, why should we be surprised? It's what Jesse just said. It's par for the course. And it's going to continue to be that way.
All right, AB.
What those brothers said, par for the course. You know, typical partisan back and forth. Only difference is now the Democrats could no longer complain about the Republicans being so petty, especially after this year. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm. All right, Red.
This is the far left throwing a little temper tantrum, and since the Orange Terror has the White House, the Congress, the Senate, and a majority seated in the Supreme Court, this is only their logical recourse of opposition they could probably do is use their operatives that's on the streets.
I'm still trying to
And
figure out where the hell they get bullhorns from, but go on.
Probably at your local Home Depot or Best Buy. That's where the money went. If you want to pull this video up, this is from Rumble. Do you got it? You pulled it up?
Yeah, well, let's take a vote. So those who agree that it's the Democrats on BS say aye.
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 Those who feel that what they're doing is right and just say nay. Okay. The ayes have it. All right, go ahead.
Introducing the UNGA, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple.
That thing is like $400.
Magazine.
I wanted to get that. I wanted to get that.
Right, let's talk about beans, that musical fruit.
Oh, good
Some
Lord.
disturbing and dangerous news from the San Jose, California area, a city, by the way, that has been overrun by illegals and has been plagued with gang activity. So what you're about to hear affects each and every immigration officer trying to remove the lawbreakers from our country, and they're getting help from their friends in the liberal media. Here is the headline. It reads as follows: FCC to probe radio station endangering ICE agents. The FCC, by the way, can probe all they want, but the damage is done. The brave men and women that protect our border daily are being outed and exposed, and we know how deadly those attacks can be. Joining us now with his take on this developing situation is Ron Vitello, a senior advisor to U.S. and Customs and Border Protection.
Pause that.
Ron, thanks for being here. You know, what do you make of?
All right, first, how you doing there, Truism Storm Crow? I'd like to give y'all verbal shout outs. DeCarlo H. Blackfoot, how you doing? So for those who aren't familiar, because I don't know if they'll mention it or not, but when you put the ICE agents' names out there, you endanger their families, themselves and their families, because a lot of these people that you're really dealing with, they are cartel and, of course, gang members. And they do have some ground reach. All right? They have some ground reach. So whoever these people are at that station, they're probably going to be brought up on charges. But go ahead.
And also, since they're a public servant, their information is on file. So, all you got to do is get a FOIA request.
Of what you see in San Jose, because this is dangerous stuff. You can't play around here.
Well, this is the failing city of San Jose and the failing state of California, where this radio station chooses, to have what they believe is better judgment, but it's just wokeism on display. They put these men and women on the front line who swore an oath to protect us all, including the residents of San Jose. They want to expose their identities, want to expose their locations in the city. And what exactly are these frontline patriots doing? They're going out and finding people who are in the country illegally who have also committed crimes in San Jose or other parts of California. So this is more failure and more destruction by the left, who's trying to convince America that this work should not be done, that we shouldn't be deporting criminals who are also in the country illegally. It's the woke nonsense taking over their brains. And let's face it, California is, it's a failing state. Between 2020 and 2024, they lost 1.2 million Californians that left California to go someplace else in the United States, mostly Texas and Florida. But that's okay. They got about 23,000 immigrants that backfilled the 1.2 million taxpayers that left the state. And so this is dangerous on its face. I'm not concerned about the men and women of ICE because they're going to do their jobs regardless. But they don't need this extra tension or this extra risk brought by this radio station.
Ay.
Yeah, I guarantee you, before the end of the month, whoever those people were, they're gonna find themselves in handcuffs.
Probably.
They're gonna find themselves in handcuffs. It's just a matter of time. What you think there, Lewis?
Well, they're playing a dangerous game. I guess this is their desperation tactic of trying to derail the president's first 100 days of implementation of his policy. Like any other president, they grade on more than their first 100 days. Like I said, this is them being desperate, but they fail to realize that the American public voted this man in a majority, and they got the popular vote. So, and my thing is, like, I voted for Jill Stein, but the thing is, no matter who is president, you should want your president to do a good job. So,
yes.
And
what's going on there, Ed? Sorry.
These are the people that is directly opposed to the country trying to be successful. Because a lot of people can't see the forest for the trees. This country is in very dire situations right now, so be careful what you ask for. You might just get it.
Yeah.
And they're getting it.
All right, we're gonna pass the mic there.
What's up, AL?
Oh, AL, yeah, come on in here. Send him the link.
All right.
Oh, no, I got it. Yeah, y'all come on in here. AB. We'll do AB, then we'll go AB. When you pass the mic, pass the Snow International, then we'll bring Ed in, get him up to speed.
Yeah, like Lewis said, they're playing a very dangerous game. Very dangerous game.
Hey, AL, which channel are you watching from?
I got him. He's on mine.
All right.
Okay, yeah, send him the link. All right.
What's up, Edward?
Go ahead. He's listening.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
No, I'm gonna save him for last so he can catch up to speed. He can catch up to speed. With
No,
the
I'm
conversation.
here. I'm cleaning. So I was like, who is live? And I saw you was live, and I see y'all talk about Ice Baby. So, but I don't know what this exposed. Yeah, I don't know what this exposed stuff y'all talking about. So who got exposed?
We're talking about the ICE agents in Colorado, and also what was the other town?
San Jose, California.
You got them. They were exposed. One was exposed by the radio station, and the other one appeared to be exposed by the FBI.
So what are they doing?
They exposed the ICE agents for coming to do their jobs.
Oh, so they ain't get it. Oh, okay. I mean, I get it. It's social content speak, but they weren't doing anything they weren't supposed to do. They just trying to make it like it's a big deal. What them doing what they said they were going to do.
Yeah, and they got ratted out. It's pretty much like if you say, "Hey, I'm gonna catch the neighborhood crackhead stealing out of the garage," and your brother go and warn the neighborhood crackhead, "Yeah, like he gonna catch you tonight. Don't go in there tonight. He waiting on you."
Yeah, I mean, my thing with that is what I'm paying attention to as a black person is you don't never see this kind of energy. You see people at best give lip service to stuff that we deal with, but a lot of times they give lip service to it as a form of promoting their own stuff.
Right.
Even sisters do that. They talk about, "Oh, we get out here and I'm like, y'all not putting yourself in real danger. And I'm not saying you should. What people are doing is you all try to latch on to whatever. If black men go through something or black people go through something, it's another race. And you all do that to try to promote your own stuff, or at best to give like fake, you were down for them. So when I'm in some real trouble, now I'm gonna act like, there's some kind of reciprocation, it's owed or something like that. But so I pay attention to whether it's black politicians, not FBA politicians, non-black politicians, like how hard in the paint these people go. Because they don't go that hard in the paint for us. Like, these people are putting their jobs on the line. Some of them are putting their careers on the line for folks that are not even. And remember, if you're not a citizen, it's not like these people fought in the military or anything like that, or paying real taxes other than like sales taxes or taxes that are generated on income. I mean, it's like in the autopilot of this stuff. And I mean, especially when they black, the autopilot of people just going as hard in the paint. That's what I pay attention to. This emotional connection that folks have. And then when you see these same people don't have that same kind of, an F to give, for lack of a better term, for the stuff we talking about, that's what I pay attention to and put in my kind of mental record, so to speak.
All right. International J, then Snowman. When you're done, pass the mic to the next person. So International J, then Snowman, and then we'll go AL.
I'm a pass on this one.
Okay, it's Snowman.
Everything's been said that I wanted to say. I'll hand it off.
AL.
You know I ain't doing no tripping. I'm just here for the party and the support. Y'all keep it pushing. I'm not that same old nigga no more. I learned how to calm down. I'm getting ready to push on 52. I ain't got time no more. I just don't.
Nor do I, AL. Nor do I.
Some say hi to Kenneth and the green guy and Nate and Link. Said, yeah, like reparations, but these people risking their lives for this. You know what? I want to get back to the reparations talk, because I hope I still have that reparations video I did. And y'all coming in good. Oh, we got BGS in the house. What's going on, BGS?
Master Teacher is here. Oh,
and his device is not connected. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
So, getting back to the reparations talk that was brought up earlier, I was saying that, in all honesty, if you want to get the economy back, but first you have to have the money, though. But if you want to get the economy back, those of us who are ADOS 18 and up, all right, should receive $5 million each. That's $1 million a year for the next 5 years.
Yes.
All right. And then you just watch the money just fall right back into society. It'll regenerate jobs. It'll bring businesses will grow. You'll have more home growth, auto sales, clothing, everything. The economy will just burst at the seams. It'll grow. And the growth might last 10 years, 15 if somebody's fiscally lucky. But you're looking at least on average, at least a 10-year economic growth before everything starts to level off.
Yeah.
You all owe 30 pieces of silver.
I mean, that's a thought, but they're not rational when it comes to reparations. They're white people are irrational. They it's something about reparations that they just won't get behind, even if like their whole civilization depends on it, like with Africa and stuff like that. And I realize that, like, if you want an example of somebody that's kind of rational about it, I would say like Ann Coulter. But so you don't have to be like liberal at all, but they're not rational when it comes to reparations. That's to say they got the money. And quite frankly, that's one of the reasons, even though I kind of throw that out the window when people say it, I understand it why some people say, folks ain't ready for reparations because they'll just give the money back. That's why I'm more for, like, I like what you said about 5 million, but some of that should be put into stuff that they can't easily just set it on fire. Like, for instance, like, it should be a requirement that, like, you have to get a house. Now, where you get it is up to you, but it should be put in certain, I'm not saying all the money, but I'm saying I wouldn't give somebody just a straight up check. I'd say, okay, we know houses gain value. We know this, that, you know what I'm saying? And that's also something that can economically stimulate, because obviously people in the construction industry, they're like, okay, this is stuff that'll still move money. But in theory, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, dude, people will just liquid money. And I'm not saying I want to tell people what to do with their money.
Hell with that, Edward. Burn it all, goddammit. Let them burn it.
Hey, Edward, you saying I can't get a box truck and load it up with Jordan's, Newports, and Hennessy?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Ed. But the thing is, man, I've been doing this for a long time, and everything y'all said is off base and it's wrong. But the thing is, go ahead, okay? Because there's only one way to do it. There's only one way to do it.
Yeah.
But black folks have to. Number one, and Babe can tell you, okay. Number one, black folks have to get on the same page as far as reparations. That's how we got killed the last time.
True.
Well, yeah, and that's why, and people got to be honest. I mean, I'm for people. There's a certain black people always talk about being real, and sometimes we could be the least real people. Like, even though we always talk about it, there's a whether I'm right or wrong on this. People need to be honest on what they want to do about the money. I'm not here to say it's gotta be. I'm just responding to what the proposal he put out there.
There's only one way to do it, and every time I bring it up, I used to bring it up and they'll get my connect. Okay, it's only one way to do it. Okay.
Okay. Well, this channel ain't like the biggest in the world, so this is a good opportunity to do this.
There's only I would actually did it in real life on my my mentor's channel, right? And she got a smaller footprint than this, and they cut it right in the middle. Okay, so I know.
All right. Well, I want it in the Telegram. Then
there's only one way to do it, right? Okay.
Well, let's move on so we can stay alive.
Okay.
As far as the stream.
All right.
Are you about to say no? I want to know. Let's about to say it.
Let's put it in the back chat, damn it. Just put it in the back chat.
There's only one way to do it. It's called a reparations bank, right? It's real simple, right? Because with a reparations bank, guess what you get? You get what is it? Your money actually multiplies 12 times as far as
okay. No, you don't need to say say no more. Okay, that kind of deals with what I'm talking about.
So instead of giving people cash, you put it in a bank and you give them loans. And so say you get 10 trillion, right? Okay, if you put it into a bank, and you get the minimum reserve is 8 to 1, right? Okay. So in other words, you get 10 trillion in cash. Your reserves will be 80 trillion. Okay. That way you can start.
I see why they would not want that to get out there, because that actually makes that fulfills a lot of different concerns that I've heard. Like, if people are being genuine about the concerns, and they're not just, because you know how you'll have, and look, I'm more conservative on a lot of stuff. I voted for Trump. So with that being said, when you have people, you know how people be on the coin side of the game. Well, they be on the coin side of the game, and they'll put stuff up just to shut conversations down. They're not real concerns. They're just throwing stuff up. That alleviates a lot of real concerns that a lot of folks like that would have if these were genuine concerns.
People that are leading politics know why Trump had to be elected over Biden. Okay.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about, like, as far as, like, when people, because I say that because people would be like, I'm trying to sneak in liberalism or something. But when people say they're going to...
That's why half your liberals, okay, your super liberals, progressives, didn't want certain people in, okay? All right. So let's Abby and Jamal Thomas and Faith and all that kind of stuff. In fact, AB just played them, okay? There's a whole big reason why they knew Biden had to go. Okay. Yeah. Even though they didn't like Trump. Go ahead.
And just to close at least on my end, to close the reparations thing, there's a show by the name of Watchmen, and we had Regina King in there, and that first episode that they did, it was kind of, I'm not saying it was what BGS is saying, but you could see that in the framework of what that show was trying to say, because it was like an institution that basically traced people's lineage, and you would imagine, if somebody wants to visualize what that would look like if you have, I think, HBO, just see the first episode. That's all you need to see.
They have any citizen, they have records of your lineage going all the way back to at least the 1850s. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they have your social security number. Your social security number is the easiest way for them to trace you. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that is a method. Your social security number is an easy method that they can use to trace you. who's connected to you.
Well, you know, some people have a problem. Like that's a way of visualizing it, because some people have a problem. You know how, I hate to say it, but remember 24 had like the black president, and you got to visualize it, and then it happened like 5, 6, 7 years later. I'm not saying that's what's necessary, but sometimes I like to point to stuff. It can be a visual representation of what we're saying.
You have AIs that can actually calculate the number of atoms in the universe. They can actually tell who's a Negro. Okay.
All right, y'all.
Well, I mean, that's all. I'm just saying.
Hold on, fellas. Let's move on to the next subject.
Okay.
We're getting caught up in the rigmarole. I'm not cutting y'all off. I'm just
okay.
Flow. I'm just trying to keep the flow.
Trump saying, "Oh yeah, she knew this was coming, so you might as well get ready for it."
Yeah, because Letitia James, she's a typical.
Trump took her security away.
Yeah, this is one of the big stories today.
If that's all he does, she'll be lucky.
All right. So Trump takes aim at Letitia James in latest wave of revenge. Donald Trump continues to go after his perceived enemies.
Hey, perceived? Really? Perceived?
Really?
Is that what we're doing now?
It's fake. It's made up stuff.
We can barely hear you.
Oh.
You are fake news.
Oh, okay.
I got the fake news button.
Oh, okay.
All right. So let's get to it. Let me read it. All right. So Donald Trump is still stripping the security clearances of his political enemies. And this time he's doing it to people who still work for the government. Oh, okay. Let me get Supreme up in here. All right. Is that you, Mosh?
You better know it. What's going on, brother?
What's going on? All right. Let me get this.
Peace and blessings, everybody.
Yeah, love, peace and hair grease. All right. Let me get this. New York Attorney General Letitia James and District Attorney Alvin Bragg were the most recent targets of the president's petty political games. This is the New Republic, by the way.
Okay.
Petty political games, and both saw their security clearances stripped over the weekend, according to an exclusive report from the New York Post, the president's favorite tabloid. I think we know where they lean.
Honestly, it's fake news. It's fake.
Trump also said last week that he would revoke President Joe Biden's security clearance, which he did. In addition to revoking their access to classified information, it theoretically bars them from entering federal buildings such as courthouses, prisons, the U.S. attorney's offices, or the FBI's field office in New York. He fired her. If enforced, it would be problematic, but in true Trump fashion, it seems like it's more symbolic than consequential. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm sorry. What?
It is symbolic. If you want to go after, he's done way more damage than this. It's symbolic right now.
Yeah, I mean, forget, an inch and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, this is nothing.
Yeah, these are like warning shots.
Yeah, they are. That's why it's symbolic. These are warning shots. Yeah.
Can former presidents still get CIA briefings? I remember Bush used to still get them.
They all get them.
You can get them with the permission of who? The city president. Normally it's something that's granted by each president to former presidents. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So the president can cut off any flow of information to anybody he wants, because that's his purview.
Because they did
outside of the Senate and Congress. Okay.
Because I did say there was a headline that he was ending CIA briefings too.
Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup he has to do first. But let's get back into this. All right. It's more an insult and a slap in the face than a real deterrent, former Manhattan federal prosecutor Bob Costello told the Post. Costello testified as a witness for the defense in Trump's hush money trial. Oh my God, you're next, buddy. Trump has targeted both James and Bragg for their roles in convicting him of, respectively, bank fraud and 34 counts of falsifying business records to conceal hush money payments made to keep an adult film actress quiet about his extramarital affair.
No.
The funny thing, though, is that Letitia's case is in appeals. It's in the appellate court, and it looked like they're going to toss it out because they keep asking her people, well, who's the injured party? And they keep saying the bank is the injured party, but they're like, how is the bank the injured party when the bank, he said one number, the bank went out and assessed it at another number, and that's what it sold as, what the bank assessed it to be. So where's the injured party? But he said that it was worth $5. Well, the bank said $250. How much did the bank sell it for? $250. So then what is the problem? He said it was $5. So what? How much is your watch? How much is your watch on your wrist? How much do you think it goes for? $250. You bring in the appraisal, it's $150. So therefore you're a criminal. You need to go to jail, right?
Well, we talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this before the election about a lot of these, especially these black folks chilling for the Democrats. They're gonna be left out on their own.
Oh yeah,
if it don't go right.
Hey, BGS, you know what I'm going to say, right? The pawns always go first.
Yeah.
All right. So since Trump entered office,
they couldn't both sides. They couldn't top and bottom. So
they are.
Since Trump entered office, James has continued to be a thorn in the president's side. On Monday, she joined a coalition of 21 other attorneys general suing the Trump administration over its efforts to strip funding from the National Institutes of Health. The new NIH policy announced last week would cap indirect cost reimbursements, which cover all research expenses, at 15% for research institutions. The policy went into effect Monday. The administration's decision to cap NIH reimbursement rates could force scientists to shutter their life-saving research on cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, addiction, infectious diseases, and more, James said in a statement. My office would not stand idly by as this administration once again puts politics over science and endangers public health. We are suing to prevent this harmful policy from taking effect. I mean, oh my God, I don't even want to get... Last week,
so low-key asking for it.
Right. Last week, James led a coalition of 22 states to file a restraining order against Trump's freeze on federal funding, and the coalition of 18 states seeking a restraining order against Elon Musk's unfettered access to the private information of American citizens, which was then granted. This is the lie that
Hey, hold on, Bay. Hey, AB.
Yeah.
Check your chat.
Okay.
Oh, good. We're almost done. Former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, the warmonger who co-signed, wow, they called him a warmonger, who co-signed the U.S. support of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Oh, okay. Also had his security clearance revoked. While the principle behind it is still disturbing, that one seems more like a don't cry over spilled mixed milk situation. I'm sorry, I'm in my head. I'm like, I need to save this newspaper. These people are like cutting with razors. But it doesn't seem as if the president is done with his wrathful revocations that don't mean anything. The New York Post also reported that up next on the president's list for petty revenge is attorney Andrew Weissman, special counsel Robert Mueller's deputy in the Russiagate probe, Mark Ziad, the attorney representing a whistleblower in the first Trump impeachment, and Norm Eisen, who served as a special counsel to the Democratic-led House Judiciary Committee during that impeachment. Who wants to go first?
Did you expect? I mean, you knew this was coming.
Yeah.
I don't know what you expected. You knew, if somebody took off my ear, guess what? If I get in, guess this is the least of your problems. Okay, this is rodeo's just starting.
I tell you what, one of my most interesting TV characters said, "You come at the king, you best not miss."
Best not miss.
Hey, Bay, don't post his post. Kenneth Colstrom's Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit him. So
What happened? Oh, I guess
No,
I'll see it, huh?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
troll on my channel.
Oh,
and
okay.
I banned them.
Okay.
Oh,
What's up,
okay.
Passport? Hit the link. Come up.
Oh, okay. I see y'all in the back chat. Okay, I see it.
None of this is a surprise, even though they knew this was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just gonna scream as loud as they can.
Hopefully.
You know what this reminds me of? Like, I don't even LeBron James. This is flopping. When they act like they hit when you ain't even touch them.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically what they're doing. This is and as far as that newspaper, that's bad for an opinion piece. What they doing? Like, it's like you need to disclose that you're not really reporting the news. But see, that's these editors and these writers, man, where they told to do that bullshit.
Yeah, well, you just revealed how much money USAID was actually using to actually purchase these newspapers.
Yeah, I actually got questions about that when we get on more open topics, because I haven't been paying too much attention to that, but I didn't know how much of that was like trolling or people just saying that.
No,
how much of it was
no,
real.
it's real. Oh, it's real. Okay.
Oh yeah. And they tried to say it was like trolling, like it was fake news, but something don't smell right about them folks, because too many of them are saying it at the same time. Like, okay.
Just wait until these investigations pop off. When Trump get his people in these agencies.
Oh, he's already basically USAID. He's already pulled the rolls on them already. So this stuff is coming out. It's coming out all.
I'm not talking about USAID. Hold on. I'm not talking about USAID. I'm talking about FBI, CIA, these attorney generals that came at his head at the behest of Biden. Because Pam Bondi already said, okay, yeah, we're gonna be investigating all those people.
Yeah, she did say that they're going to investigate like the process and what they did, why they did.
Yeah, so it's not so much to convict them, but the thing is to actually put this stuff out there in the press, out there on the record. Yep.
All right, so Mosh, do you have I'm gonna pass the mic. Mosh, you there? Hello.
Hold on, sorry about that, fellas. I'm back. I had to go and handle some business.
Oh, okay.
I'm one thing real quick.
Hope the person survived the encounter.
I don't know if I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try to convict him, because Trump is pissed. But I do agree with you. Yes, to get that out there in the public sphere is going to be big. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go full force with this shit.
I think if it's some easy convictions, like stuff that like people they were like really sloppy about how they did what they did, then maybe. But I think the primary objective is to get it out there, and then if it's like some easy gimmies to legitimize that, then yeah, because I'm sure it's some sloppy folks that they on some I was just following orders type crap.
What did
they said that in Germany, but we skipped over Mosh.
What did he
Well, I came in halfway, so I ain't really getting quit right now. I missed half of it because I was running up and down the steps.
What he was running, he's going to reveal all this stuff once he gets in. He said that from the very beginning, because you have to do that in a certain way. This is the way he does it.
Yeah, and I guess they just did not fathom he would get in.
Oh, well, he wasn't supposed to survive the process, but guess what?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the people who are following orders.
They sent their best sharpshooter, man. They wasn't expecting.
Yeah, they had the guy on the roof and everything. Like he was G.I. Joe.
Sending sleeper agent 5069.
Like what I'm surprised you're not seeing more resignations.
What is that going to do?
I mean, hey, it'd be like, I mean,
what is that going to do?
Well, I mean,
when they start revealing what you've done, it's not going to stop him.
Well, it's a difference between you sitting here being a part of a lawsuit, and so you actively low key still in the fight, and then you waving a white flag. I mean, you might get passed over if you didn't do nothing. Maybe.
Okay. Let's put it this way: you out there in the public, right? And basically, Trump gets in, right, and you start quitting, you start jumping off the ship. Guess what? It marks you as one of them people. Okay. That's why
Oh, so
that's why they're not resigning.
Oh, we going after you first.
No. In other words, yeah, well, okay, because the people that are inside know whether Trump is going to come after him or not. So if he gets elected and you start resigning, okay, then that marks you, okay. Oh, you one of them.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna come after you anyway. Doesn't matter.
Oh, your boy quit. Who was that? The director of the FBI?
Oh well, yeah, he
remember he stepped down on the 19th.
Yeah, he's right under his tutelage though, right? He's right under his purview, right? So that makes sense.
Yeah, he replaced anyway, so he didn't give the opportunity.
You know, that's a simple. Hey, that's a simple. Man, you can't fire me. I quit. You know, that's that whole thing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go out standing, not on my knees.
Hey, what y'all think about real quick? I don't know if y'all discussed it already. Y'all talk about this. Y'all see this whole thing about South Africa, how they accepted a lot of them to come over here?
Whatever.
Well, they don't want to come over here.
No. Y'all didn't hear about that? A bunch of them trying to come over. They're giving a lot of political asylum.
Hold on, let him get it out. Let him get it out. So what happened, Mosh?
No, they're offering a lot of them, basically Eli's folks, a lot of Afrikaners. They're giving them asylum over here.
They're giving them asylum.
Okay.
The South Africans, the white ones or the black ones?
No, the white ones. You know, they doing that probably because of Elon. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. Well, let me check.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying was that they don't want to come over here. A lot of them.
So I don't know.
Even the most how can I say? Even the most extreme group. It's a political group out there.
Yeah.
They said they
I can't hear you, brother.
They don't. They obviously don't want you to say it.
Well, white South Africans always had a pass to come here, so that's not new.
Yeah, so I don't. Yeah, because I've seen headlines. I don't know. I can hear you now. I don't know how much. I did see some headlines with that. Just to give you, I don't know how much of that was bluster. I gotta look into it. But I agree with BGS. I don't think they were being given. I don't think they were getting a whole bunch of walls. You gotta remember, I checked. It's only like 4.3 million Afrikaners. So it ain't like it's a whole bunch of them to begin with. So it makes sense they would have a pass to come to the United States if they wanted to.
Yeah, fair.
What I was trying to say, when y'all wasn't able to hear me, is that
I'm sorry. Go ahead, International J. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all say y'all can hear me
I
before.
hear you now.
Okay. With the most extreme political party over there is they declined their offer. And the reason I think they declined their offer is I do believe that they still have hope of someday, being back in rule. I think maybe they would have wanted Trump rather than to do that, than to try to help them take back control of the country, political power in the country.
That's not
and the other thing is, to Edward saying he's not sure if it's just bluster. It's not bluster. Trump actually signed an executive order on it.
Oh, okay. Even better.
Giving them,
yeah. And you got to remember, Malema's tooling up over there too, man. He's shaking. And then you got to remember, all those other African nations, a lot of them are kicking out the European powers of the government. So and I think they see the writings on the wall. That shit's gonna spread, bro.
But
it doesn't apply to them because South Africa has been part of the BRICS since 2009.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so that rule, so whatever.
All that stuff has already been kind of vetted and all that kind of stuff. So basically, they don't have. That's not their issue. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So this thing, you're right when you said it's extreme. Because you got to be real extreme, especially with South Africa being a part of the BRICS. The Asians, first of all, the Chinese already know they can get a lot more out of the Africans than they can out of white folks. It's no real reason for them to want even white people there. Yeah. It doesn't benefit China to have white people in control of the country.
Yeah, because that's a whole third party you got to deal with.
They don't have control of the country. The thing is, basically, Europe offered to take them. Asia offered, not Asia, but Russia offered to take them. They could come to the United States. They don't want to, so it doesn't.
Well, let's play the story. Let's play the story. Let's play the story. See what's going on. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
U.S. President Donald Trump's offer to take in white South Africans as refugees fleeing persecution may not spur quite the rush he anticipated. An executive order he signed on Friday provided for resettlement in the U.S. of, quote, Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination as refugees. Afrikaners are mostly white South African descendants of Dutch and French settlers, some tracing back their roots in the country to the 17th century. But it's not clear they want to flee the place they've called home for hundreds of years.
Yeah, why would you want to go? There hasn't been any really bad taking over of land. The people are getting on like normal. And, what are you going to do over there?
That was the response from Neville van der Merwe, a white 78-year-old pensioner living in Cape Town. And he had this to say about Trump cutting off aid to his country.
We all know how Mr. Trump behaves, so it's not. Why should they do that? Is it being spiteful?
Trump is pushing back against a law signed last month by President Cyril Ramaphosa, aimed at addressing the country's unequal land ownership. White South Africans make up less than a tenth of the country's population, but a legacy of the racist apartheid government left 3/4 of privately owned land in the hands of the white minority, after 3.5 million black people were forced from their homes. The new law makes it easier for the state to expropriate land for what it says is the public interest.
And we will not be bullied.
Ramaphosa's governing African National Congress, or ANC, has defended the measure and accused Trump of amplifying misinformation propagated by AfriForum, an Afrikaner-led group. And even that group, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, said it was not taking up his offer.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere.
That's AfriForum CEO Callie Creel speaking on Saturday. Alongside Creel was Philip Buys, who chairs the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that says it represents 600,000 Afrikaner families.
We may disagree with the ANC, but we love the country. As in any community, there are individuals who wish to immigrate, but the repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us. We want to build a future in South Africa.
Some said they appreciated Trump's gesture. Werner van Niekerk is a carpenter in Bothasig.
I think it's a very nice gesture from Donald Trump to offer us asylum over there.
He did not say whether he planned to take up the offer.
All right.
So, what I was gonna say was this whole thing popped off because of the new law that they put into place called the expropriation land law that the government put in. So I will say that South Africa is kind of similar to Atlanta in a sense of in Atlanta, it seems that the black population totally have all of the political power out there, whereas the white population have most of the economic power. So I think the white South Africans, I think they have about 70 to 72% of all the wealth of the country. So why would they come to the U.S. and start all over when they already have most of the shit anyway? You know what I'm saying?
Well, what I think most of the Afrikaners, they specialize in industrial agriculture, especially in harsh environments, and especially what our commercial agriculture is going through. The only reason why I could see them coming over here is to utilize their knowledge on agriculture, because that's what most of the Afrikaners do over there in South Africa. They're farmers.
It is. It sounds like this is enough. It's a good headline, but this sounds like it's a nothing burger. This is one of those things where he did sign it. They don't want to come. They pretty much always had the ability to even do dual citizenship. They don't want to do it. And I guess it's better to negotiate with the ANC than to start over, because at the end of the day, the ANC know they got 70% of the wealth, and real talk, they know it elevates them on the world stage. You know how these Africans are in that way. So it's only so much they're gonna do to white people anyway, in a speedy time.
Well, you know what it seems like it is. What it seems like they're doing, it seems like they want more so military action. They try to instead. They don't want to leave. They want more military action. That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah,
that's what I said earlier.
I think
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with your assessment of that. But I'm just saying, with that being said, that's never going to happen because of the apartheid.
That's the point. I think that's the point.
Again, because that's a founding. Go ahead.
Military action by whom?
The U.S.
No, I think they want military action from the U.S., but Trump is like, look, this is my conjecture. He's probably like, look, we got other pressing issues. We can't deal with that shit down there.
Wait. Military action against a BRICS country?
No, against South Africa.
South Africa.
Which is a founding BRICS country.
Right.
Yeah.
The S is in South Africa.
Africa, yes. So
it's not BRICS. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. So if a white person would say that, like, and I'd be like, you're delusional, because now see that's more possible before the BRICS existed or before the idea of it, and even then it would look bad. And then when you look at what does, let's pretend BRICS doesn't exist. Let's pretend that for a second. What does the U.S. have to gain for doing that?
Who actually asked for military intervention by the United States?
No, I'm just that, brother. That was just more so my conjecture, because it seems like they want his aid in some way or fashion, and I'm just thinking, and my conjecture is, do they want it seems like they want more so military pressure on them.
In other words, you want to turn they have it good right now, just like the guy said, right? Okay,
yeah,
it's an internal thing about how much land you're gonna give up to the black, which they've been knowing for the last 30 years. How much land they give up, right? They got 3/4 of the land, right? They're gonna have to give up some, right? Okay, so you want to turn South Africa into the Ukraine.
Yeah, so I mean, what we're saying.
So you want to turn South Africa into the Ukraine, fighting a BRICS country with Russia and China and India will have to get into it. Is that what you want?
I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm just saying that's what it seems like. They want them to force. It seems like they want them to force the black leadership's hand in some way.
So let me ask you this:
Let him finish. It doesn't make sense, but let it finish, okay?
Okay. I mean, hear me out. It seems like they want him to, whether it be military or economically, however you want to see it. I was saying maybe it seems like first is economically. You see, they cut off aid, but Malema and some of those other guys have said, "Fuck it, we don't need your aid. We gonna handle this the way we see fit." And like I said, they're taking their cues from all these Benin and all these other countries who are saying fuck these other occupiers.
So let me ask you this:
language, fellas.
My bad, bro.
Why do you think that Trump is really trying to cut off aid? It's because it's an economic war against whom? The BRICS. Has nothing to do with South Africa, because they could have done this how many years ago? Has nothing to do. Basically, had nothing to do with the South Afrikaners. Is just an excuse, okay?
Yeah. So, like, what I'm trying to jump in here is, I get what the point you're trying to say is, but you're saying this is what you think they think. My question is, let's assume that's what they think. Does that make sense to you? What that they would think that, or is that delusional?
Who are you asking?
The dude that brought that up. If a white South Afrikaner was saying that this is what they think, does that make sense to you?
In what way? I mean, I'm trying to get
so the thing is, you're occupying kind of the position of, this is not your opinion, but you're giving conjecture on what you think somebody else's opinion on. We just played a video that they said they want to stay. Okay. So if a white South African, I'm telling you right now, if a white South African were to tell me what you're saying, because you're saying this is what you think they think. So I get this is not your opinion. I would tell them they're stupid, because even if the BRICS did not exist, it still wouldn't make sense for America to do military action on that, because it would incredibly make America look bad, even if the BRICS did not exist. And when I say the BRICS, I mean you got China and Russia you got to deal with. So any South African that thinks the opinion you gave, which I understand that's not your opinion, you're saying this is what you think they think. They are stupid. And they are delusional.
Right. But see, a lot of times people don't look at it from that scope, especially when you're not in the midst of it, in the middle of the politics. Some people are just thinking, "Hey, why don't we do something about this?"
So when you say it's their conjecture, I don't want to make this a thing, and this is not a thing. But I don't want to. But when you say it's conjecture, like when I do that too. That's what I'm saying. But the thing is, it's kind of your responsibility in your head to kind of vet it. So you're presenting this to us, and that's one reason why BGS is responding to it as if you kind of low key agree with it, which is why.
No, why would I agree with
that's how it seems. Because if it's
I'm
stupid,
not,
I'm just saying. If
I don't say I agree with it. That's the last thing I agree with it. I'm very. One thing you got to understand about me. I'm very much the opposite of that.
So if
I'm very pro-African over there.
I get that, but my thing is, if I deem something to be stupid, I wouldn't even present it, because now I'm taking accountability for presenting it. But even though I try to separate myself from one degree of separation.
All right, let's all play nice. Let's all play nice.
But that's why people were kind of responding to it, because they responded to it because they're arguing your statement, bro.
I know. Hey, relax. We're here to discuss. We're not here to argue and fuss and fight like females, fellas.
I'm just saying. I'm just doing.
I know. Just breathe. Let's move. Let's. Lewis, what do you think about the South African situation?
Oh, me? Well, I already said, I only see it as an attempt to brain drain them for their agricultural knowledge. Strategically, it doesn't make military sense because you got Russia, China, Brazil, India, like BGS said. That's suicide.
I mean, Iran is not even a BRIC. Well, it wasn't a BRICS country, right? They have hypersonics. The Houthis have hypersonics. Try to put the Navy out off the coast of South Africa, and guess how many hypersonics you will see imported into South Africa overnight?
Too many.
How long you think? How long you think a Navy carrier is going to last in a war against South Africa if you put them out there? Just because that's what you're going to have to do. Bueller?
Personally, I see it like this. It's a South African problem. The United States, of course, you have no. In all honesty, stay out of it. If anybody is to intervene in any of that, since they are under BRICS, then that is a China-Russia problem, not an American one. But I get it. I get it. We always got to dip our toes in everybody's pool.
Yeah. What he's trying to do, okay, he's basically the United States and Europe has been pretty much pushed out of the continent, right? What he's trying to do is actually reestablish the foothold by threatening to pull aid, okay? Which basically South Africa pretty much told him to go kick rocks.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Like we don't answer to you. You can keep your money.
That's what
yeah.
So all that other stuff. If you want to, basically, they'd be more than happy to ship 4.5 million South Africans to America and get them out of there. Okay, more than happy.
Yeah,
you'd be doing them a favor. Yeah. In fact, I'm sure the government would be lying to, hey, we'll fly them there on our dime. Okay.
All right. So
and white folks ain't stupid. They can't wait for you guys to get out of there.
Anybody else have any thoughts before we move on?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I just was gonna say real quick. I get where what's the brother name that you know?
Are you talking about Maj?
Maj, yeah. I get where the brother was coming from. Just kind of with the perspective of the extremists of the Afrikaners would probably thinking whether it will happen or not.
No, they're not thinking that.
No, there are some people that are. There's some Afrikaners that are thinking that. Not all of them. I mean, as you can see, there's a bunch of guys that Elon Musk has been retweeting that are Afrikaners that are thinking that. If you want to go look at his page,
okay.
But as far as like the big,
so what are they saying?
Not really.
So what are they saying?
American intervention, basically. American intervention, which I interpret that as military intervention. I mean, 'cause they already did the economic card.
All right, so that's so what I said still stands, and that includes with Elon Musk. Understand something about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is putting himself in a fucking situation where he better hope JD Vance wins the next presidency, because if another politician gets in there, let's say a Democrat or liberal, eventually somebody's gonna run. I'm not saying everything's gonna be removed, but he's gonna be regulated to what the fuck he was doing before, which is the NASA spaceship. Everything else is gonna be like, yeah, you like, because you see it right now with people talking about the Doge stuff, and they're making a big deal about him accessing treasury stuff and stuff like that. People are definitely seeing him as a problem. And the truth is, with Elon Musk, even if you take the government out of it, a lot of the corporations that are at his level, like Apple, for example, a lot of them are already gunning for him. So it's not even just a political class, it's a lot of the donor class that be gassing up the politicians that don't like Musk for a variety of different reasons.
If you got rid of him, who would you replace him with?
I didn't say get rid of. I said they would basically wind him back down to what the fuck he was originally doing, which was the SpaceX stuff and a couple of other things. Not this. He got this all access pass because he buddied up with Trump.
He might not be doing what he's doing right now under Doge for more than a couple years. That's all he needs.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, before even Trump got in and before all of that, it's a lot of folks that are near his level. They don't like that really, and when like not, I mean, they tried to shut down X, like a lot of donor class folks. So I mean, you know, he ain't untouchable. If he pissed enough of the people at his level off, nobody is.
The reason they had Musk buy X, but that wasn't Musk money in the first place. It's government money. Okay, so number one. Number two, they had Musk buy X is because they wanted to battle against Telegram.
I understand all of that, but what I'm saying is nobody's untouchable.
That's true. So Ray Handler, for the record, Trump doesn't post on his Twitter account anymore. He now posts on his Truth Social account. Yeah. And yes, Elon is the Skynet leader. Let's be honest.
I get it. Elon is up there. Elon is up there. I'm not saying that he can get away with a lot, but he don't have like an infinite pass. Like he get caught with CP or something like that. They just go mad. Like he ain't untouchable. And he's putting, what I'm saying is he's pushing the limit. Like Elon is moving around. Elon is not Vivid. Let me say that. Elon is obviously not Vivek. Elon can get away with 100,000 times more than Vivek ever can. I get that. But Elon, it ain't infinite. Elon definitely kind of moves in a way like he kind of thinks that if you have a whole party that don't like you, or you have a whole bunch of multi-billionaires that don't like you because you like creating problems. Because
Elon is doing what Trump wants him to do. That's why he put him there.
Yeah, so I'm not even talking about in the government. I'm talking about in response to this. Because I'm going to tell you, anybody that's out here thinking the United States of America is going to take military action to put some race, especially with white folks that have been offered to come back to Europe and come back, they're not doing that. That's why they do that offer. And I said anybody that says that is stupid. And I'm talking about the white people. Because if I wanted to say it in a different way, I would. If that's what I wanted. But if white people that think that, they're dumb. That's a just like how you got white people in the United States that think that Trump is just gonna wave his magic wand and solve every problem. They're fucking dumb. And this would be put into that hat. That's what I'm saying.
All right, we got you. All right, so let's
the horse is dead, goddammit.
Yes.
Right.
Adam,
let's get into this. The bribery case.
Let's turn it into good.
No, it goes in Adams. It's too late for glue.
Okay. So bribery case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams dropped by DOJ following Trump's unexpected intervention.
Oh, shocking.
No, I know.
No. Oh my God. When did it? I never saw that coming.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams' legal troubles may be over after Donald Trump's Justice Department asked federal prosecutors to drop his corruption case. Adams was charged in September with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and receiving campaign contributions from foreign nationals. He is also accused of defrauding in New York City taxpayers of $10 million through allegedly fraudulent campaign funds. Now, let's see if they get into this because let's see here. I'm skimming. All right, so they didn't really say what he did, but I'll tell you exactly what he was doing. He was getting money from Turkey. He was taking money under the table from Turkey, where where the most money that they could donate to his quote unquote campaign fund was $150,000.
Okay.
Without it raising any red flags. So he was getting these payments of that under the table, you know, trying not to raise suspicion, but he's flying on Turkish Air to go to Turkey. He's staying in their suites here in the United States. I mean, this dude was, of course, living the typical
politician
lifestyle.
Yes.
Right.
Turkey hair he get that Turkey hair transplant. He out here tripping, man. He go for the full experience.
So what's the real reason they went after him?
So he remember when he did the speech, he said that, you know, this whole migrant situation would destroy New York City. It was seriously causing problems. He wanted because like they had the food program and everything. But he was saying that, well, he didn't say it, but the reports came out that the people were throwing away the food.
Okay.
You know, the breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they was throwing the stuff in the garbage. It was all going in the garbage. You had them staying in the hotels and everything. It was a financial and social mess. So he, quote unquote, backed out of the deal. He wanted no more to do with this. I mean, you getting people getting murdered and, you know, attacked in the subways. You getting people attacked in the streets. I mean, crime just exploded. He wanted out. And the Democrats were like, oh, well, if you want out, well, it's just like the mafia. You don't walk away clean.
Okay.
Shall I continue the story?
You can if you want to. This is nothing new, but go ahead.
Right. I'm just getting people up to speed.
Okay.
I'm just getting people up to speed.
BGS, we get it. You already there. Everybody ain't.
No, it was been there. This is like what Mr. G said, the minute late news. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
because I ain't know about that part. I ain't know he was getting all this money from Turkey. Now I did know about the pulling out of the deals.
Yeah, they ran up on him.
I did not know about that though. But I'm not
they ran up on him. They ran up on him on a Thursday afternoon, right before noon. Confiscated his phone, his tablet, and everything. And then later on they went and seized the computers and phones of his people in his administration. So Adams pleaded not guilty at his arraignment and claimed that he has done nothing wrong after becoming the first mayor in the city's history to face criminal charges while in office. Trump's acting deputy attorney general Emil Bowe sent a memo to the Southern District of New York claiming that the former U.S. attorney for Manhattan charged Adams for his own political gain. Is it Bove or Bove? It doesn't matter. Who used to work for SD New York, claimed that Adams, a Democrat, was a victim of Joe Biden's weaponized Department of Justice. Of course he was. He added that the timing of the charges and more recent actions by the former U.S. attorney who led the office, Damian Williams, have threatened the integrity of the proceedings, including by increasing prejudicial pretrial publicity that risks impacting potential witnesses and the jury pool. Bove also wrote that the pending prosecution has unduly restricted Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that has escalated under the policies of the prior administration. The deputy AG did not attempt to exonerate Adams, but said that the charges were made as an attempt to push the mayor out of office before he faces a Democratic primary. Both claims that the charges should be reevaluated after the 2025 election. In a statement to DailyMail.com, Adams' attorney Alex Spiro believes his client has been vindicated. As I said from the outset, the mayor is innocent and he would prevail. Today he has. The Department of Justice has reevaluated this case and determined it should not go forward. There is good reason for that, he said. Spiro added that the mayor never used his office for his own benefit and never broke campaign finance laws. Despite a lot of fanfare and sensational claims, ultimately there was no evidence presented that he broke any laws, ever. The witnesses that were promised never materialized, he added. The additional charges that were threatened never came. Now, thankfully, the mayor in New York can put this unfortunate and misguided prosecution behind them. The development comes after months of speculation that Trump's Justice Department would take steps to end the criminal case against Adams, who was accused of accepting bribes of free or discounted travel and illegal campaign contributions. Now, do y'all really think that y'all really think he's gonna win re-election for New York?
Definitely.
Possibility.
Well, if he eat enough Cheetos, he will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so, because I think a lot of your New Yorkers kind of want some of these migrants gone. So I think that he will.
Hey, man, I already know them ladies out there complaining, man, because I got family who live up there in New York and in every borough basically, and they getting tired of it, man. They getting very tired.
Yeah, every New Yorker I've talked to does not like the migrant situation there.
Yep.
There.
I mean, cause they out there, what is it? They stealing all they chopped cheese, as they say, as my cousin say. They stealing all the chopped cheese and they invading all the what's it called? We call them corner stores. What down south? What do you call them over there?
Bodegas.
Bodegas. Yeah, they invading the bodegas. They stealing from the bodegas and stuff. So, hey man, they being an immigrant over there is not a cool thing to be right now.
It's not the business, huh?
Yeah, nah, it's not the business. Not right now.
I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I live right across the river from New York. I'm here in Jersey, and it's one thing when it's one thing when they're in their neighborhood, because New York City is like very ethnically segregated. Like you have like parts of the boroughs where they congregate, but when they come over that, you know, in areas where it's rich people like Fifth Avenue. And I'm always on Fifth Avenue when I'm in New York City, and it's a shit show. You got fiends and degenerates all over there by the museum, the cathedral, by Saks Fifth. Once you get past 49th Street, that's where all the rich people shop at. From Central Park, that's where all those high-end boutiques at. And when you got all the trash up there, so to say, and you make the rich people uncomfortable, they're gonna lash out in the ballot boxes.
I mean,
but as long as they stay in their little neighborhoods, nobody have a problem.
And plus, they know it's funny. Local markets over there, though.
It's funny that that this is the next news thing that you bring up, because while we were talking, I actually looked at Elon Musk Twitter, and you know that today they just started auditing FEMA, and one of the tweets that he put out was that at the same, he said this week that just passed, FEMA just sent $59 million to New York City for migrants for hotel stays and luxury hotels.
Oh man. Man, who's the head of that program? Because I know his job is on a chopping block right now.
So scroll down and find it. I was like, well, damn. While you got people living in tents in North Carolina.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, man. Another CEO may fall if they keep doing this thing.
I put it to you like this, Eric. You know what the hell you did. You know what the hell you did. Trump is giving you a slap on the wrist because you're helping out with the migrant situation. True enough, you did skirt the law with the campaign donations. Let's not play games. You know you did. You know, you were flying on private jets, Turkish private jets. You know, you were staying in their suites and everything. Let's not play the game. But you're going to get away with it. It's not like you could. I'll put it to you like this. What he did, you could pretty much call it a quote unquote victimless crime, because nobody was physically hurt and he didn't use taxpayer funds to do what he did. So therefore, he gets the wrist slap. But had he have used taxpayers' funds on any of that, you could have. Where am I looking?
Nah, just keep going down. He tweets all day, so he tweets a lot.
Yes, he does.
But it's there. He tweeted it out today.
What am I
I'll
looking
tell you
for?
what I said.
Just tell me what I'm looking for. Yeah. What's the
59
picture?
million.
59 million
All right,
is what I'm looking for.
You just passed it up.
Oh, right here. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Liv's a TikTok. I love them. Let's see. FEMA spent $59 million on luxury New York City hotels for illegal aliens last week in violations of Trump's executive order. Whoops. Let's see. Elon Musk says the U.S. will try to recoup the money from who? Whoever at FEMA was responsible for this needs to be fired. I remember this. Remember when the hurricane happened in North Carolina and the people they $750, but the people were trying to help them out, and you had FEMA agents trying to arrest people, threatening to arrest people to help them out.
Yeah, they were doing the most.
What type of government is what type? Oh my God, I cannot.
And think about it. Trump went back down to North Carolina recently.
Oh, really?
I've led the show with that, with the people thanking him for everything that's going on down there.
I'm surprised you didn't say much about that. Aren't you in North Carolina? Edward?
I think he is. I think in North or South Carolina. He went one
Raleigh,
area.
North Carolina.
I thought Edward was in North Carolina.
I'm in the part where I'm in the part where shit don't happen. I'm not in the part where that happened in the north west part of the state, which a lot of stuff don't happen. There ain't no money there. Where I'm at, that you wouldn't even know.
It's more in the,
it wasn't.
It's more in the rural areas.
Yeah, so the eastern part is kind of the most known rural area because that's where all the hurricanes and stuff happens. That's also where the bases are, like Camp Lejeune and stuff like that. But this happened is like over there by kind of Winston-Salem, the northwest part. So it's the least known part of really North Carolina. It's like north of Charlotte, like maybe like 67 miles.
I've actually been to Winston. One of my exes. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's where Stephen A. Smith went to school.
By
where Wake Forest University is. It's north of that. It's even north of that. So it's kind of like that north tip where it connects to Virginia. Yeah. Nobody cares about those counties over there.
I mean, it's super rural. When I went out there, I mean, we just got deeper and deeper into the woods. One of her friends were living in a damn trailer park in the woods. One of her white friends. I'm like, okay, we ain't gonna be here too long.
Well, that's why I didn't cover it. Dark, yeah. It was one of those things.
They got I'm sorry. I have a friend. He used to live out in North Carolina. He told the story about just a racism story, where he had a white friend he would go visit, and one day he went to go visit the guy, but he wasn't home, and his father chased him through the woods with a shotgun.
Hey, babe, I went out there. One of my exes, she black. She was a Delta, and we was at our white friends out in the woods on this big ass kind of like campsite, big ass piece of land. It was like, y'all can spend the night if you want. In my mind, I'm like, oh hell,
hell no, you wake up face down.
I done seen too many stories. Their white friend Michael was last seen in 8 a.m. in the lagoon.
12 o'clock in the wilderness. What camping?
I don't know what happened.
What's the camera? The bear cam? The trail have you on
I don't even
trail
give them
cam
the
with your shirt
opportunity. I
off.
don't even give them the
Running.
opportunity to do that stupid shit. Too many black people got this familiarity and comfortability with white folks, and even when white folks are cool,
I'm not one
when
of them.
you get them in certain situations, it might turn into a get out situation. And what happens is these dudes grow up with these people and they get used to this stuff. So when it breaks bad, it's like they don't know what to do because either for some reason they've been told racism doesn't exist. There's certain situations I don't even like being around white people in, and I'm not going. If I'm going to the woods, it's gonna be another black person around me, or I'm just driving through. I do not.
You know what lures? You know what lures them in? You know what lures the black people into those type of situations?
What's that?
White validation, white sex.
White, yep, white
well,
sex, white
yeah,
female.
no, you're right. You're right.
This is the way I look at those type of situations. I look at dealing with white people that I don't know. If I'm with a black person that I know and they know, I look at it like people look at dealing with somebody that got a Rottweiler. Like, okay, that damn Rottweiler, he may act cool with you. You the damn owner, but that don't mean he gonna act cool when I come over. Goddamn.
Like the closest thing where I used to consistently go into situations like that was when I Ubered. That's years ago now. I used to pick up those Duke students, because they would have this thing where they would go like this barnyard in the fire, and it'd be like 10, 15 miles up Durham, Hillsborough, and all of that. It'd be just the cell phones don't work, all of that. So they pay extra money because it was hard for them to get back. So it was like a thing that they did. So that's like the closest. I ain't even like doing that, real talk, because that's got that Blair Witch Project bullshit going. But I knew those students, so I was like, all right.
That's exactly how the woods looking. What's in North Carolina, like the woods in the Blair Witch Project.
And by the way, did y'all know? Fun fact. A lot of these horror stories, like a lot of horror movies, before Atlanta and Georgia started getting a lot of that. A lot of your shows, like Dawson's Creek, what was that thing with the jack-o'-lantern without the head? That a lot of those, like WB, CW horror movie things, that stuff would be shot in like Eastern North Carolina. And then Newt Gingrich fucked North Carolina over and was able to get that transfer into Georgia. They gave a lot of discounts for that shooting those TV shows. So most of that was in North Carolina up until a certain point.
All right. Language, please. Trying to keep the channel.
Oh, my bad. I was just jumping on my people about that, so my apologies.
Take me out. It's
It
my
only takes
turn.
one bad word.
It is, you told me it was my turn.
My bad.
All right. What you got here, Lewis?
This is Mexico stepping up its border inspections.
Oh, interesting. All right, fellas. I'm gonna step away for a hot second. Let me see what's going on above me. I'll be right back. But Lewis will be able to handle
Don't hurt nobody
control for a moment.
Well, the honor's mine, Oscar. You're the one who had this news that the Mexican Attorney General's office, this fiscal general of the Republic, has agents on scene. Can you explain why this is such a big deal?
Let me just flip the camera a little bit so I can explain a little bit what is going on right here, Grant. And this is the actual situation. This is an inspection point just steps away from the San Isidro Port of Entry, as you see agents from the National Guard of Mexico using mirrors and inspection in every vehicle to crack down and to lower down the trafficking of fentanyl. That right there, it is the Port of Entry of San Isidro. Look how close they are. And this is because of the agreement that it was done between Donald Trump and the Mexican president to lower down and to crack down basically the illicit crossings of synthetic drugs of fentanyl and also the illicit and illegal crossings of migrants being smuggled into the United States. Grant.
Can I make this stuff up?
I thought they was bringing that stuff in through Canada, though.
No, they both ways. In fact, they have to shut down the tunnels. It's both ways. But the thing is, shout out to the tariffs.
Tariffs? Oh yeah, don't take. Hey man, carrot or the stick, man.
Yeah,
it work one way or
I was
another.
gonna say they said that only about 2 to 3% of the fentanyl comes through the Canadian border, or are the ones that seize. So we don't know about what's not seized. And so the other 97% comes through the border at Mexico.
One drug dealer said with fentanyl you can lose 30 shipments out of 31 and still make a profit.
Damn.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's a real profit over there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's amazing. And I mean, how many BGS? How many are everybody in the panel's opinion? How many black people to white people ratio? Because it don't seem like black people get caught up on fentanyl as much as white people.
It's because white people go to jail. Black people get the life imprisonment. So.
Well, I mean, when I say not just dealing it, but I mean, I'm talking mainly about how many like.
Oh, as far as methamphetamines, that's a white person's drug. It doesn't affect black people as much. So that's a white person's drug.
So the problem with it is the problem is not people taking fentanyl knowing that it's fentanyl. I think the bigger issue is that fentanyl is getting laced in a lot of other drugs.
Cocaine and other kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to my best friend.
So that's one of the big issues with it, and it's so powerful. Because I do have a cousin that he sold some cocaine that was fentanyl laced back probably about 6 years ago, and he pretty much got the book drawn on him almost.
Yeah. There's a whole just coming from the crack era, right? There's some people want it laced like that. It's because once the cocaine burns off, I think the cocaine high lasts maybe 15-20 minutes, and then you don't want a crash. So what they do is they give you some downers. They lace you with some downers so that you have a smooth landing, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
You have a smooth transition.
You can also. So
what?
I ain't even go there.
I can't hear you. Okay, you guys talking at the same time. What you said?
I was saying, BGS, you know a little too much about this stuff, man. We had to do an investigation on you, man. Really?
I'm a hood nigga, man. What do you think? Just because I talk this way doesn't mean I'm not hood, man. I grew up in the hood. So, in fact, I grew up around a lot of drug dealers.
Okay, well, my bad. I'm just a country. I'm just a country suburban kid. So let me
I've partaken of back then partaken of a lot of strawberries. Okay, so
you see what he wrote? I don't even buy my weed anymore. I can't trust anyone. My body skills have improved.
I heard that. That's the best way. It's cheaper that way too.
It is cheaper that way.
That's what I told a girl I was gonna date. I said, shit, she used to spend $500-600 a month on weed. I said, but we need to grow this shit.
It's cheaper.
Damn, $500-600 a month on weed.
Bro, it's big out here, man.
That's
they buy that specialized. You know how it is. They buy that specialized weed, the hybrid weed, shit like that. So we need to grow this. And hell, you can probably make a profit instead of spending all your money. But women are lazy.
That's how you wind up before a judge talking about when they caught him with the 280 kilos. He was trying to buy almost.
Wait, if you grow that much, you deserve it. But you can actually grow 6 plants with a weed card. So that's more than enough to take care of anybody's needs.
Yeah, North Carolina is not there, but they're getting there. They're They're a lot further along than I thought they'd be.
If they have to, is because if you want people to stop dying on fentanyl, you're gonna have to give them an alternative.
Well, yeah, and I've always said I'm an advocate for legalizing marijuana in North Carolina because that should be able to bring enough money to get rid of the state income tax. All these little Christian conservatives. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, seriously though, that's why a lot of wealth builders and stuff, the main reason they tell folks is got money not to come here unless they really want to come. As far as what they recommend, it's always like Florida or somewhere. Florida is because of the income tax. So and we already got the infrastructure for a lot of old people because of the medical infrastructure out here. So that's really, and then when we also have the you know how you have them some people deem them unconstitutional, but those apartment complexes that cater to like 55 and those communities.
Senior living, yeah. Why is it?
Yeah, we have a lot of that here, and we have, like I said, we have the levels of infrastructure. That's the main thing. So, and I don't look at weed like hard drugs anyway. So, but they have gotten that. It's not fully legal, but it's in the medical. It's legal medically stage. So you know how I used to say North Carolina be the last state to do it.
What did they decriminalize it? Like lower the penalty?
Yeah, they lowered it and they made it. They lowered it and then they made it. They made it access for medical purposes, and then they lowered like the criminal. They haven't fully decriminalized it, but it's not a priority like it used to be. At all. Because you know the thing here is the idea was that it would interfere too much with the tobacco here, and once they realized, because here's the secret. The secret is the white folks in the eastern part, the rural racist white folks, they grow it in the eastern side anyway. They just don't be getting criminalized for it. So it's kind of like the argument is you legalize it, those counties can grow it. And once they realize it's not really cutting into the tobacco profits for these corporations kind of stop blocking it as hard. And now it's starting to come because it makes those like counties that are poor able to get money on their own and they have smaller populations, blah, blah, blah. So it's a win-win. It was really only the tobacco corporations and the Christian conservatives, because they want to be against everything to be against everything. So those white folks, but they finally worked them down. Once Texas started kind of breaking, once they were able to break Texas, they were kind of able to get a lot of those other Bible Belt zones.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they want to smoke the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
My grandma.
I mean, to me, it's like it's so stupid because I'm like, I get it, and I'm anti-drug too, but look, I don't mean to kind of get this off my chest, but like real talk, like literally, I still till this day get like medical shipments, like for my aunt, even though my aunt is in a home, and I've told them to cut that off, I still get her medication. I literally have like 2 boxes, like them big boxes of moving boxes. I literally have 2 big moving boxes full of prescription stuff for a variety of different stuff because I keep telling these people not to ship it here. You know how you'll have these people that drive it to you directly, they still do it. But so my point is, I'm not against drugs. I'm against drugs, but weed is not the same and weed is not a gateway drug like people try to act like it is. It's not the same as like if you were doing something harder. In fact, I think alcohol
from like
is a bigger
weed
problem.
to black tar heroin.
I think alcohol is more of a
black tar
problem.
heroin.
I think alcohol is more of a problem than weed. So it's like the Bible Belt crap. It's like, come on, stop being stupid. But anyway,
They said you pushing weight.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's one of those things that if somebody came in here and they saw it, it does look bad, but I'm gonna be like, hey, look at it. It's open. You know why I'm getting it. I can show you where I'm stopped. I literally have I just looked at it because I literally have like 2 boxes, and it's like, anyway. But
whatever you do, just don't sell that. Just don't start selling that stuff.
No,
Yeah, you'll be doing Fed time. So, we're pretty much past the 2-hour mark, and normally after 2 hours I like to do a free for all. So, but let's throw the question on the table. Come 2028, will the Democratic Party be the equivalent of the Green Party, the what's the other party? The Libertarians? Yeah,
No,
will
they
they be on the same footing as the Green Party and the Libertarian Party?
No, they won't, because both parties need each other. The 2 majors need each other. So no matter how much one messes up, it'll never get together.
I don't know. I don't know if they keep doing what they're doing. They're not going to be. They're going to go the way of the Whigs.
Too many neoliberals.
Democrat. I can see the
Fair
Democrats.
enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I can see the Democrats pulling their version of the Tea Party.
I don't know. Well, how would they do that?
Bros?
How would they get the populace bent out of the what they proposed?
I mean,
Unless they-
Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was an attempt.
They would have to flush all the. They had to flush all the intersectionists. Okay, that want with the gays and the trans and all that kind of stuff to be populist.
So y'all didn't think that the Bernie Bros was a kind of a Democratic version of the Tea Party?
The
No.
Democrats are a lot more have a lot more authoritarian with how they deal with their party than the Republicans are. The Republicans will try to control the beast, but they let them express themselves. The Democrats don't even let a lot of the aspects express themselves, because quite frankly, you got a minority of folks that are pushing unpopular stuff. And so they need to keep these coalitions together so they're more ironclad. So they don't have the same environment that allows for something like a Tea Party. I mean, look at it. When you have Bernie and them do it, look at how they overtly crushed that. You know, they even had Debbie Wasserman Schultz like run interference. The J people still ain't forgiving her for that, because she should be one of the main ones running for senator by now in Florida, but she's basically been regulated, so they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about populism like that. They will lose before they will go populist. They demonstrated that to me.
Yeah, I was just listening to Lindy Lee doing an interview with Sean Ryan, I believe it was, and she basically confirmed what everybody's been thinking, that Biden wasn't running stuff when he was in the White House. In fact, she pointed out that after the debate, Hunter was running the White House for a little bit, and
I got the perfect. Hold on. Oh my goodness, where is it? Because they did. Oh, here we go. All right, hold on. All right, peep this. If it can get through. I might have too much stuff up here. Let me remove this. Hold on.
But the Democrats and Republicans, they have a symbiotic relationship. It benefits both parties for one not to fall down. Plus, people to me are not even politically where they need to be to like create another party or replace another party. I mean, the stuff you got to be willing to do to make that happen. Yeah. Plus, you got to remember, if the Republicans take too much control, it's always a risk of overreach. People, I mean, you see what it is right now. People just act like just because they're there, that all this stuff is happening, which it is, but it ain't. Not to the level that people be trying to blow it up. So,
all right. Well, here's Mike Johnson speaking on when he had an interview with Biden. This is what he had to say.
I do stand by it, and I say this without any personal animus at all. I mean, in some ways, I actually kind of feel sorry for Joe Biden. I mean, he's in the twilight years of his life. He is not, obviously, has not been in charge for some time. And I know this by personal observation, and now the whole world knows it. And it's been very, very concerning to me over the last, year and a half since I've had this position.
Can you tell us a story when you say personal observation? What
well,
kind of
I
thing
mean,
did you see?
it's public now because the Wall Street Journal got it and put it on the front page. But January a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, I had been asked. I became speaker in October 2023, and there were all sorts of big national security concerns and everything going on. And I started requesting a meeting with the president because, I'm kind of old school. I'm a constitutional law guy. The Speaker of the House should be able to talk to the president, especially in times of great national interest and calamity. But they wouldn't let me meet with him, and his staff kept giving me excuses. This went on for like 8 or 9 weeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have time. What are you talking about? I'm second in line of the presidency. He has time. I need to talk to him. We had, I can't say the classified parts, but we had some big national concerns at the time that I was losing sleep over. Finally, I just went to the Hill press corps and I said, the president is not being allowed to meet with the speaker. There's a problem. So they started putting pressure on him. Long story short, they finally relented. They invited me to the White House. I show up and I realize it's actually an ambush because it's not just me and the president. It's also Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem, the CIA director, everybody. And then, so I walked in the Oval and I know what this is. They're going to hotbox the speaker on Ukraine funding. That's what it was. This is probably third week of January. We sit down, we're in the midst of it, and the whole conversation, and I'm going, we don't need to have this conversation. The president reaches over just like this. We're sitting right next to the fireplace in the Oval, and he grabs my arm and he says, the speaker and I just need a couple minutes together. Would y'all just leave us alone? And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, oh, no, he did it. So he called it. He's the commander-in-chief. So everybody leaves, and he and I are standing awkwardly in the middle of the Oval Office right over the rug by that coffee table. And I said, Mr. President, thanks for the moments. This is very important. I got some big national security things I need to talk to you about that I've heard and I think you know, and what do we do? But first, real quickly, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? I cannot answer this from my constituents in Louisiana. Sir, why did you pause LNG exports to Europe? Like, I don't understand, liquefied natural gas is in great demand by our allies. Why did you do that? Because you understand, we just talked about Ukraine. You understand you're fueling Vladimir Putin's war machine because they got to get their gas from him, And he looks at me, stunned with this, and he said, I didn't do that. And I said, Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order, 3 weeks ago. And he goes, no, I didn't do that. And he's arguing with me. I said, Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that. And he goes, oh, you talk about natural gas. Yes, sir. He said, no, you misunderstand. He said, what I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG. I said, no, you're not, sir. You paused it. I know, I have the export terminals in my state. I talked to those people this morning. This is doing massive damage to our economy, national security. It occurred to me, Barry, he was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed. And I walked out of that meeting with fear and loathing because I thought, we're in serious trouble. Who is running the country? I don't know who put the paper in front of him, but he didn't know.
Yeah, I saw that final clip. I saw the final seconds we were saying that somewhere. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. It's people that are never going to go to jail, that are not the type of people you put in jail that need to be in jail. Just an example. This is one of those things, in my opinion, with the Wall Street, just like with the bankers when 2008 happened. Certain people, unfortunately, we're not that type of country, and I'm not saying I wanted to be that type of country, but there's certain people that think they can't get touched, they should be touched, just to let people know this can happen, because people get way too comfortable doing stuff that, but whatever.
Oh, I think some people are about to get touched, and I understand where you're coming from about the symbiotic relationship, but this is a new day now. It's not a one hand washes the other situation. When they tried to delete him, he went on a terror. That's why, the last time we were here, there was this clip of his son, Barron Trump, going over to Biden, and he said it's on. And he walked away and had Biden looking at him like, what the hell? And his mother told him, Melania told him to be nice. But no, you tried to take out my father.
Yep.
There is no, you're not surviving this. I'm not talking about physically. I meant politically.
Career.
Yeah, you're done.
That's Biden. Biden is done. He's old. He did what he did. Parties are beyond that, though. The Bush Republicans are different than the Trump Republicans. They carry different faces. And another thing too is, the Green. The Green Party's not gonna rise. Libertarian Party is more of an offset of the Republicans. It's not so much the party themselves. It's more so the people and where the people are at. There is no scenario that the people are just gonna latch onto the Republicans in that way. That hard.
Which people?
Well, I mean,
hold on. I'm sorry, AB. You were about to say something before we got into this. But put a pin in that, Ed. We're gonna get back to that.
Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it,
Circle back.
Yeah, we'll come back. So I'll come back. Ed, when you're ready, AB, just let me know.
All right.
Ed, here, understand what people are voting Democrat, because do understand that this election showed us that white women were the least amount of women who voted Democrat, as were white men. We as black people voted 91, 92, and 77%. We are the Democratic suckers. Latino women voted 60%. We are the Democratic suckers. We can't carry a party. We saw that. That woman got smoked.
I mean, she got smoked. That ain't representative. Remember, she got smoked, but certain other people got voted for. So, I mean, it's not they're not that far in control of Congress. They're not that far in control of the Senate. I mean, for you to be just to be clear on what I mean, when you say a party, an ending event for the Democratic Party, you're essentially talking about like almost like the Republicans almost they're gaining the not super majority, but the six. You're talking about like Republican senators at like 65 or something like that. Like they're easily able to clear like that thing before something goes to vote. Like you're talking about a thing that's bigger than what that is. I definitely believe that JD Vance, if he runs, he'll win unless there's some crazy things that goes on. So I definitely agree if you're talking about Republicans being in charge for a while at the executive level. And I don't see, unless they mess up, why that would transfer in Congress. So that's to me different than like you talk about they become a minor party.
In other words, there's a lot of structural stuff that's wrong with the Democratic Party. They allowed that shit to go on, and Trump's going to actually uncover all this crap, and that's going to be a problem going forward.
Right? Yeah, do I believe the Republicans?
Hold on. This election, a lot of stuff was actually covered. All right, after this election, a lot of people start coming out, start telling the truth. So, the Democratic Party is going to have to do a lot of rebranding and a lot of rebuilding.
Yeah. So if you're to throw you an olive branch, if you're talking about the Republicans going to be in charge at the executive, they already got the judicial level, the Supreme Court. If you're talking
the House and the Senate.
Yeah. Well, I know they have that, but I'm talking about if you're saying that all of that is going to be in Republicans' hands for like beyond.
If the Democrats cannot rebuild themselves, because before the election, a lot of that stuff was covered, right? Now all the secrets are starting to come out about the crap that they did, how you were lied to.
So like I was saying, if you're saying that they're going to control all three branches for like the next 12 years, yeah, I don't really disagree with that. Bar some stupid stuff, the Republicans big stuff, I don't disagree with that. But if you're talking about the Democrats are going to be like the Green Party and the Libertarian Party, that symbiotic is not going to get that bad. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, hold on, BGS, hold on. I'll let AB get his thought out because he's ready.
Yeah, what Mike Johnson said. I actually did before I came on. I was doing a stream about this. Linda Lee pretty much came out and said the same thing. Biden was not running the show at all.
I have that clip
for the 4 years.
The thing is, day to day, he can't run it, right? Okay, but structurally, overall, the vision is actually Biden's.
Yeah, and this is your so-called leadership now in the Democratic Party.
Which is why
you want me to play?
Which is why he fought. Which is why he fought to stay in power as long as he could, because without him, all the other stuff that he tried to build was going to collapse. Okay, could he run it day to day? No. But the thing is, the people that were under him were loyal to him. They followed his orders.
Yeah, let me go on and play this.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have? What leverage do we have? What leverage do we have?
We blackmail Democrat. Well, okay, before I jump to the Lewis situation, the Lewis's video. Ed, here's where I'm looking at it. Trump does not care about the Democratic Party. His whole mission ever since he sat down in the official chair of the White House has been the complete and utter destruction of the Democratic Party. This is why they were, and I'm saying this, I know you know, but I'm saying this for the audience. This is why the Democrats were talking about he's going to be a dictator, and he's going to be this is revenge and everything. Like, yeah, it is revenge, and he's not going to be a dictator in the sense that he cannot be quote unquote voted out. I mean, this is his last term. You're going to have to deal with this for 4 years, and then of course he's grooming JD Vance, who is, I mean, come on, what do you have on JD Vance? Nothing. He grew up poor, drug addict parents in Midwest Ohio, got him a little quote unquote black wife, although she's listed as white on her passport and everything, but he got him a little, little colored wife with little colored kids. Like, what do you have on him? He speaks with clarity and conviction. Frankly, Margaret, I don't give a damn. I mean, there is no kitty footing around. You know, I mean, I know I'm too old to say boo-boo, but I'm trying to keep the stream alive. There's no kitty footing around with Trump's presidency. He cares not whether or not there's a Democratic Party to play off of. You never should have taken the shot.
Yeah, I agree with as far as the problem. The issue I'm having is when you frame something like a Green Party and Libertarian Party, that's very different than framing it as in they're not going to be in power for a while. And at any real level, those are two different things. Those are two very different things.
Understand, people like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and Maxine Waters and AOC and Jasmine Crockett and all of them, they're looking at either being ousted or imprisoned.
Nah.
Let some of that USAID money, let it trickle back to their bank accounts. This is why they wanted to freeze Musk from going in the bank accounts, because it's like, wait, no, we're on a hot trail here. You're more concerned about bank accounts than you are about the corruption, because you're the corruptors. If we trace this money back to your bank accounts, we will haul your ass in front of Congress, the Senate, and then we will figure out what to do with you.
Well, then you have to do the whole Senate and whole Congress then.
Yeah, like they're exposed. Like you can't. Yeah, like again, we're talking about the executive branch versus the legislative branch, and understand that the House and Senate have their own regular. I'm not saying what Trump can't do. What I'm saying is, if Elizabeth Warren, people like that, were wilding out to that degree in the legislative level, they would have had other people go after them. Even if Mitch McConnell would have been on them, you know, if it was that obvious.
I think you're missing the point here.
Okay,
the dude is he's 78 years old.
Yeah.
This is his second term.
Yeah.
Does it look like he gave a frick about consequences?
If you go after Congress, there's such a thing as called impeachment, sir.
Well, you can impeach me, but I will expose your corruption. You will be trying to impeach me because I exposed your corruption. That will not sit well with the American people.
It doesn't matter about the American people, because who has to try him during impeachment, sir?
And another thing too is, so you're not really talking about the Democrats. You're
I don't see voters going up to Congress and voting on an impeachment.
And there's a lot of Republicans, and again, there's no way to do that. There's a lot of Republicans.
You get a lot of Republicans gonna get hit. Yeah.
I think they just that's why I'm disagreeing.
They just prosecuted a Republican that's going to jail.
We're not talking about one here.
One at a time.
One here, two there, though. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something.
One at a time. Look. If you want to, if you're gonna do that, you're gonna start going after AOC and Waters, everybody else. Everybody knows everybody's there. Everybody's gonna have to go down. They're not gonna allow that. And Trump will get impeached. Trump will get booted out. He's not that dumb. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
He might be crazy, but he ain't stupid.
We'll see what happens. I put it like this: for the sake of argument, we'll see how this plays out.
If it plays out the way he said, then it's gonna go nuclear. You won't have a government. Okay.
Hey.
Remember,
everybody seems like we didn't have a government in the past 4 years.
Everybody thinks that's cute until it implodes. Okay, you think?
Remember, Trump's got kids. Trump's got a legacy. He ain't dumb. You know that.
If you think you're lonely now, wait till tonight. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Y'all take a little bit, man. Y'all go way off in the left field. That's
why I'm saying I agree with the fact that they're going to be a minority party if they don't get it together. because they can't even count on because they can't even count on these Hispanics like they act like they was. They could.
Well, who do you think is going to be the sacrificial lambs? Because somebody's got. It's going to be some people going down for this USAID money. So who do you think is going to be on the short list?
It's going to be well, basically the for the most part, somebody low on the totem pole that's out of office.
And it'll be a lot of people in the executive chain. Like, it's not like, remember, these senators, they can run interference when it comes to Trump and stuff, but they weren't involved in the same way that, like, Elizabeth Warren and them are not involved in the same way that, like, Biden and them. Because remember, they can approve certain things, but how those things are distributed, that's what Biden and them were doing.
Well,
don't forget 10% for the big guy.
Understand something too. They weren't doing it. They weren't doing it.
I don't think the Democratic Party is that far off as we're trying to make it seem.
No.
Yeah, it's not. You're talking about
what I think is that Biden screwed up during his administration. So you had a lot of people that will probably vote Democratic in the next presidential election that voted for Trump this time around, or just didn't vote at all.
I think I don't think they have anybody in place that's going to beat Vance. Personally.
Yeah, that's their biggest problem. Like, to be honest with you, I mean, you got to think Tulsi Gabbard would have been a good pick, but you would have betted. But Tulsi,
I think she was off brand. She was off brand.
She's too young. Yeah.
I think the key to Vance not screwing up, getting in the next election cycle is I think it all depends on how good or bad this administration is at the end.
Yeah, well, they can't do any worse than the last one. So all they have to do is be faster, better than the last guy.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And
if they're as bad or worse, then
if they're worse than the last guy, then who gets elected is going to be the least of your problems. Yeah.
All right. So Louis, you wanted to play that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is from the Sean Ryan show. Former Navy SEAL and CIA military operator. Anybody got his small channels? He gives his shorts away for free.
Okay.
He allows you to cut up his videos because it gives him free advertisement, so he doesn't have a problem with
smart.
his thing. Let me see. Start right here.
Here, Biden's cognitive decline, and so you're basically coming out and saying that the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline, basically, it's not a conspiracy. He was declining, correct?
The conspiracy was a cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
That is conspiracy, and it was a years-long conspiracy, and it started escalating in 2022. His situation got seriously worse. I was on the trail with him in 2019. I went to San Francisco. I was actually with him the day after the debate. Do you remember when Kamala called him a racist?
You didn't say nothing.
Do you remember that, Glenn?
Chinese
No,
92.
but I remember
That's the chick that was raising the campaign fund.
She was in on it. She's in on it
parts
too.
of 2019. I don't watch any legacy media anymore. But at the time I did, because COVID was rampant. Obviously, it was the start of it. So everybody's glued. What's going on? What's happening? And at the same time, the debates were getting ready to fire up. And I remember Fox kept saying over and over again that this guy, he's not with it. Nobody's at the wheel. Nobody's driving this train. This is basically just describing what we all know is true. But I didn't buy into it. I was like, this has to be way over embellished. There's no way somebody would be running for president. And then I remember watching the first debate with my wife, and I saw him come up, and I saw him struggling to put a sentence together, and I was like, holy shit, this is real. And so, I didn't understand how anybody bought off on it from the first debate. I can't even remember exactly what he said. We're going to roll some of the clips during the interview of how that went. But I mean, I thought it was very apparent right at the very get-go, debate one, that he wasn't with it. And so when did you notice?
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person
the comedy
eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Where he doesn't know what the hell to say. Look at him. It's so
We
sad.
finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
He's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
We finally beat Medicare. Like, damn.
Unlike the Democrats, I will take responsibility.
That's
In
funny.
2019, when the debates were happening, and into 2020, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. He told me that it was a stutter and a speech impediment. So I was like, okay, all right, maybe it is. Maybe it gets worse with age. I'll extend him grace. And this is a guy who showed me tremendous kindness. I actually met him not through politics. I met him because I was a trustee of the American Association for Cancer Research. I met him in 2016. Okay, so I'd known him when I was 25.
Research, giant
And
scam.
because he showed me kindness then, I believed him. Like, I decided to, okay, maybe he just is tripping over his words, but this is a guy who still has control of his mental faculties. So in 2019, 2020, I didn't really think it was an issue. It just didn't really occur to me. And I wasn't watching Fox then. So it wasn't a narrative that I was exposed to.
All right.
You didn't see the slow decision making.
But you're lying.
So the Asian lady, I forget her name.
Lindy Lee.
Yes, Lindy Lee. What she was doing, she was the one who went to the donor class, the billionaire donor class. She raised all that money. That was it, 2 billion, 1 billion,
Billions of dollars. Yeah. Billions
Yeah.
of dollars.
That's the Trump Quest person. So
thank you.
Yeah, she raised all that money. They were as we know, they wound up $20 million in debt, and they were like, "Hold on, you told us that this woman was going to win the election based on the polls, but come to find out, the poll numbers were fabricated. She was never leading in the polls anywhere.
Right.
It was all a
Like
lie."
Stelter too. You look at Iowa was a total fraud. They said, "Sir, you can lose by 3 points." No. Iowa, we won Iowa by an easy margin, and it's a total fraud. You look at some of these people; they're complete, and either they're incompetent or they're really stupid. Okay, one of the two. But it's really sad to see. And with look at Sleepy Joe Biden's cognitive decline. It was really bad. Okay. And we're all happy that he's on the beach somewhere, right? We're all happy that he's on the beach just hanging out and not, in control of our country, because that's scary.
I don't know how you were able to do that, but you need to hit us in the back chat. I like that. That was cool.
I appreciate it. It though. But I'm just going through, I was talking to Barron. I had to come see it because, I typed Trump and I found this beautiful live stream, but I had to come in and see it and say hello. So,
well, we appreciate it. Yeah. So she was lied to. She was lied to.
Bullshit.
The billionaire donors came at her hard. Okay. She couldn't get any answers from Kamala because Kamala, she's a typical. She thinks she's above
Kamala.
you. Yeah. So. She was like, "Screw it! Like I'm snitching." She's snitching. So what? Didn't she quit the Democratic Party altogether?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's true.
Yeah. She's done. She tapped out.
Well,
That AI is. Yeah.
She's gonna be excommunicado anyway.
No. AI, we don't use AI. Okay. I mean, we have big investments, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but we have a lot of these things
good.
called data centers.
That's pretty good.
And they're going to be, no. Listen, okay, they're going to be
like
placed all around our country. We're going to be investing a lot in AI because it's hot right now. And, it's the way of the future. But no, I wouldn't say that this is AI. It's not AI at all. Okay, Ray, Thank you very much.
It'd be wild if that was actually Trump.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Boy.
That's pretty good.
Secret Service be knocking on my door at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who's to say it's not? I don't know, but I'll tell you. We just wanted to come say hello to some people, some very interesting people, and some nice people. That's
Well, hey, tell them I drink Starbucks.
I appreciate that. I don't know. We'll see what we can do, but I do appreciate it, everybody. I'm just popping through a couple lives tonight with Baron, so I'm out of here. Okay. God bless you, everybody.
All right, thanks for stopping by.
God bless you, Mr. President.
Trump and the Black Panther spirit.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a good one.
That was sweet. I love that. I love that. I gotta find out how he did that. I do my whole show would be just that.
Right. Ed did that.
No, I
No,
didn't do that.
Somebody else.
I don't know if 11 Labs is capable of doing that, but that's like the premier audio thing. So
Nah, it's
might
cool
want to check that out.
because
Free credits.
with the AI, it gives you the voice, but he also has to know like how Trump speak, like how Trump actually speaks to make it work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
he
like,
had
you
the
get some
voice
random-
inflections and everything.
Oh, you had it down. Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, so go ahead, Lewis. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, come back, bro. That was fun.
Or inability to put, I mean, you chalk that up.
He remembered my dad's name at that point, which I thought was impressive because most people wouldn't. Like, and it wasn't, he doesn't like hang out with my dad. He just met him once. So I thought it was impressive. Maybe it was just good luck on his part that he happened to remember that my dad's name is Richard.
So, I mean, and then, I wanted, you were a big fundraiser for the campaign too. So I wanted to, let's dive into a little bit of the campaign. Back then, there were all these, Trump had thousands of people showing up. Biden wasn't really, he didn't have anybody.
We'll make sure so that.
Yeah, and I want to bring I don't think people realize this. In May 2019, when he was running for president the first time, I remember talking to a friend and saying, there's more press here than actual attendees. Like, what's going on here? This is in the middle of Philadelphia. It's a hugely Democratic city.
Mm-hmm.
The turnout should be much more robust than this. I thought it was just because it was hot that day. Like, Sean, I realize now that I was making so many excuses for him. But I really, when someone is your friend, you really just want to give him the benefit of the doubt. But at some point, you realize that reality is just way too discordant with the narrative that they're presenting. So around 2021, 2022, I was like, okay, this is getting to be a little bit ridiculous. And
What was it that you saw? What did you see that was getting ridiculous?
I would be at private events and he would have a teleprompter at private events with like 10 people. This was not a major speech. And at private events where everybody wanted him to succeed. It wasn't an aggressive crowd. This was like a crowd of his top donors. Not only that, you would have Jamie Harrison, the DNC chair, pre-selecting questions and telling the rest of us basically to shut up. We weren't allowed to talk. And confiscating our phones. They confiscated my phone. Not only that, somebody,
Pause
and
that.
he knows who
Pause
he
that.
is.
Pause that. Charles, I sent you the link in your email. Get your Christmas ashy self up here. And yeah, she got on them red bottoms. They are nice.
Yeah, that's why I said Chinese 92.
Charles, if you can't find the link in your emails, everybody
I'll
post
send
it. Yeah, send the link. He all in the intro, but ain't in the show. Anyway, go ahead, Lewis.
Who is he?
He's Asian. They know who it is. He's no longer there.
We're
but
here to drop names, Lindy.
he's not important enough to drop, He's like the civilian. He was big. If it's an important person, I will. Like I did with Jamie. And I'm sure it came down from Jamie. He specifically asked me never to tweet anything about any of these events, never to post any pictures, never to post any Instagram stories. I had posted an Instagram story from a dinner with Biden. He pulled me aside very angrily and told me to take it down. It wasn't even a video, it was a picture. That's how tightly wound the operation got to be.
Why did they prop him up? Why was it him?
Because the alternative for them was so dire. The alternative for them would have been Kamala Harris, and they thought she was such a shitty candidate that they had to prop him up.
Oh my God.
And so it's just so ironic to me that within days she became the second coming of Jesus. Like everyone thought she was, they didn't hate her. They just thought so little of her. Do you understand? Like they just didn't think she was capable of, litigating a campaign, and they were right. But
And none of the other candidates would have been.
the thing
better.
about that, and I know
Wasn't Tulsi?
Tulsi about that time had gone off the reservation. She wasn't, to her credit, she left knowing that the entire thing was rotten. She left. That was good. Good on her. But people wanted to run against Biden, and they're not going to tell you publicly, but I'm going to tell you right now. They commissioned polls because they wanted to run against Biden, but given his name ID, no one could beat him. So pre-debate, Biden was still stronger than Shapiro, still stronger than Newsom, Whitmer, Harris, Buttigieg, right? So if they could have, they would have, but they couldn't. And the only dude who actually did, Dean Phillips, was a total loser, and no one knew who he was. He had zero name ID.
Pretty much, yeah.
But let me tell you, amongst the donor class, no one wanted a second Biden term. Nobody did. And so Jeff Katzenberg, the DreamWorks dude, he was the architect behind everything. He would invite top donors to the Oval Office and do tours and not ask for money in the White House. But the undertone was so abundantly clear. Like, come on, why do you think you're invited? And everyone who was invited on these tours was expected to write the max check, which is $938,000. That's the FEC limit. One person can give $938,000.
Like the Eric Adams, $150K.
But that's the limit for the campaign. But all bets are off for the super PAC. You can give as much as you want.
So back to what was it that? I mean, was it one event that you witnessed that you realized? And I think you said 2022 is when you started to see
Late 2021, 2022. Things became undeniable in 2023. And that's actually when I started leaking to the press. This is the first time I said that.
Oh, she was doing
I started
that.
leaking to the press, and you will see some of my background quotes in articles with a political reporter named Holly Otterbein. I basically said, this is crazy. This is nuts. He's not in any shape or form capable.
I mean, what was it though? I mean, we saw him falling down the steps of Air Force One. We saw him fall off his bike. We saw him go past Secret Service or the Marines or whatever, or just oh, I forgot the White House doors over here, and just kept walking.
And how he
walked off into the jungles of Brazil. There we go.
Red flag before all that, because of his inability to formulate thoughts, and also the truth of the matter is that for the past 4 years, the White House has been run by his senior advisors and Jill Biden.
We'll get to that. But
and I will name the senior advisors.
But we will get to that. But I mean, did you have a lot of personal interaction with him while he was in?
And that's why it was so hard, because Sean, please don't judge me, but I'm here to be honest, and I loved the man. I still do, because he was so kind to me. And I want to make it very clear, this is not personal for me right now. This is our country. And the American people, it's so ironic that people are now blasting Elon for not being elected. But you know who else wasn't elected? The senior advisors who were running our country for the past 4 years while our president was just not present.
So what were these interactions like? Walk me through one. Walk me through the first one where you
Oh my gosh, I have a perfect one, actually. he had given a speech, and they usually put me in the front row so he could easily see me afterwards. He, usually would greet me like Lindy. He would remember my name. But one time he said, "Tell your husband I said hi." Sean, I don't have a husband.
We got divorced? When did this happen?
I just remember
what is outside?
92.
Yeah, and he
They
knows
probably
that.
don't want her. And she's over
What are
30.
some more?
I do think it's kind of like maybe it's just a quirk that he did remember my dad's name. Maybe it's I don't know why he just always did. Maybe it was just a one-off thing. It wasn't even the personal interactions that raised the flag. It's the way that he couldn't answer basic questions that were already pre-screened by the party. And I would just be waiting with bated breath for him to finish the sentence because he couldn't finish it. Like matters of basic American policy and how, for example, he would shit on our allies at private events. Like he called our ally Japan xenophobic. Japan is a critical ally.
Mm-hmm.
FYI, like in case you didn't know. This is an American president vilifying our ally just offhandedly because he forgot or whatever that you weren't supposed to do that. These are just like basic things you shouldn't be doing. Like, right?
Like criticizing
It's
Jews
just,
publicly.
He just
Israel
didn't have it
publicly.
together. And
Were you part of the prep team?
no, I'm not. I'm proudly not part of the prep team because they failed the country.
And they would run him through these questions, I'm sure, time and time again before he actually gives a speech or has an event, correct?
Right. And the people around Bob Bauer, Ron Klain, his chief of staff, his first chief of staff, these are the people who are largely responsible for his prep or lack of prep or inability to absorb the information. And they had to, so he really liked handouts, like printed material, and everything on his printed material would be really big and graphic and colored, and there would be signs like "stand here" or like "exit stage left." Everything would be abundantly clear. Like it would be like for kindergartner.
Wow.
And also you could tell that the president wasn't fully present because he completely neglected the people who put him there. This is just the messy part of politics. And Trump is great at that. He's great at taking care of his friends. And you need to do that because that's just the essence of politics. You had dozens of top donors, dozens of top supporters who were writing into the Oval Office saying, what the fuck is happening? Why are we being completely ignored? People who are still angry to this day that they were ignored by the Biden White House. Because the president wasn't there. He just wasn't. And so you had a bunch of 20, 30-year-old staffers running the show. Not only that, these staffers are basically nerds who are reliving their high school days by living out their fantasies in the most powerful residence in the world. And what I mean by that is they commandeer the White House social office and it's the coveted list, the invite list.
Sounds
they would
about
invite
right.
all their own friends instead of inviting Biden or Harris's friends. And so they commandeered the White House social secretary list for their own benefit, political gain, rather than doing, executing the wishes of the president. And it got to be a serious issue that I helped to raise. We eventually rectified it. But you had a bunch of millennials and Gen Zers running the show.
Wow. So
I don't put that shit on us.
You can tell by looking at the photos. It was the same group of people over and over again. The same cabal of far left influencers.
I rebuke
Jeez. So there was nobody at the wheel running this country.
Lisa
The senior
Simpson.
advisors. And do you want me to name them?
In a minute. But what I want to ask is, how did they intimidate you not to leak? You had mentioned.
Yeah, they did. They did. Well, you remember with the policing of the photos and I was really, I had raised $1 million for the event at which they told me I couldn't post anything and where they confiscated my phone. They put it in a Ziploc bag. And they didn't pull anybody else aside. They pulled me aside. I was really struck by that. And but that was minor compared to what happened eventually. It got to the point, this is after the debate. It got to the point where it's like, okay, I really need to do something, not just to save the party, but to save the country, because Biden is in no way, shape, or form capable of being commander-in-chief. I told Shannon Bream from Fox News Sunday that I wanted to say this on the record. Politico publishes the names of the people who go on Fox News Sunday the evening before. And I guess they check that every night. The White House checks that every night. They called me the night of July 20th. And I have the receipts on my phone because I texted somebody.
Can we see them?
I'm going to show you right now.
We'll put them up on screen.
Now we see why everybody
Can we cover the person's name that I'm texting.
Yeah,
the whole U.S. aid situation.
We'll put it up on screen.
But let me show you now.
Oh wow!
So you know,
it's going to be a lot of underlings going to jail.
Date, July 20th. The White House just called to babysit me.
Can I read it?
Yes, lady, you are hot.
Wait, leave out any private parts. I didn't.
Anyway.
Did I say anything private?
Yeah,
No.
she's sexy.
Are
You ain't
still
never
free to
seen
chat?
no black person snitch like
Maybe
this.
text. Long day.
Yeah, we put some
Okay.
chicken.
This may be the most important day of my life.
Or they wouldn't make it. They be dead.
I still haven't
before they-
fully figured out how to navigate telling the truth about Biden, learning in parentheses, earning Fox's favor, and covering for the Biden in parentheses, earning the White Houses. The White House called me today to babysit me. I got the message. They said that I'm the biggest defender of the president's. Yikes. What was the message? To hold the line, stay loyal. And in exchange, can I go down?
Oh, I don't. Wait, hold on.
I didn't even tell them, but Politico and Fox announced my appearance. Fox has been promoting it. They even cut an ad. I also have other issues.
Yeah. So, do you understand what's going on here?
Tell us.
They called me the night before Fox News Sunday saying it was like a Tony Soprano move. Stay loyal. We know that you're the president's biggest supporter. It was the friendliest threat.
So what do you think they would have done? What I mean,
Well, they did
pretty
what they
vague.
would have done. I've been banned from every event.
Did you, I mean, so what I don't understand is, in essence, I think most Americans, country comes first, not party, correct? And so how many people inside the Democratic Party put the party over the country?
99.99%.
So pretty much all of them.
Everybody. I mean, they see I am the guinea pig. That's all.
Why? Why are they? Why is the party more important than the country?
Because it's a religion for them. They don't have
What
a
I said
religion, so it's
earlier.
become
What
their
did I
religion.
say
Wow, that's the
earlier?
first time I think that's really it. It's their entire lives. Sean, I'm telling you, I lost all my friends. I have nobody left other than my, actual friends.
Aw,
They've all
I'll be
left
your
me. I used
friend.
to get texts from
Be
senators,
$5.
members of Congress on a daily basis. Or even, especially on holidays, I would get gifts in the mail. I got nothing this year. I got banned by the White House holiday party. I used to go to the VIP Naval Observatory party. I got banned by all of that. I got banned from calls. And what did I do? Like, I was treated worse than a low-life criminal. And I'm someone who's I don't even drink alcohol. Like, I've never done anything.
Pause
I live
that.
the most straight.
All right, let's get Charles introduced. Mr. Sir.
And then I'm gonna say something once he's introduced, and then I'm gonna hear whatever feedback you got to say about what I said.
Woo! Woo! Like wolves. So, go ahead.
I've seen parts of this before. It's funny how the whistleblowers, the pain of people everything was speculated until a lot of people start coming out of the woodwork saying that this has been actual factual.
Yeah, and I mean, I mean, my thing is, at least in our space, you hear like how vehemently, and people have a right to have their opinion, obviously, and we can speculate and pontificate, but there are certain people, there are people that if you're to be taken seriously, there are certain things you just had to acknowledge. And a lot of problems is whether it's BGS, because honestly, I was saying some of this stuff on my own. Like I wasn't, obviously I don't have the information BGS has and stuff like that, but I was saying the Democratic Party needs to be burnt to the ground. Well, I was saying that way before Kamala, Biden, because you know my thing was the benign neglect. I mean, Art Stahl sent a video, like a 2-minute video. If you want, I'll play it, but I think you've seen it already. Of Ann Coulter in 2012, saying how they were going to the Hispanics and how they betrayed us when it comes to loyalty and stuff like they've been doing that, and it got to the point where they didn't. It's not even just about black people. They betrayed us. They betrayed even the working man. Like for a long time since United.
Yeah, it's much bigger than black people. That's what a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So people always try to act like our feelings is in it. No, when you really look at it, once since United happened, they basically went with the not the technocrats, but the tech corporations once they got really big, and that became just like oil money kind of goes both ways, but you get what I'm saying. They had their donors and the Republicans had theirs, so y'all became the same. They became the same way. And we got to this. So this is like this structural country stuff is beyond like black people. The stuff that like they have really gotten bad. And the thing about the Republicans, Republicans get on my nerves, but the Republicans allow their people to express themselves and they operate based on that within reason. Versus the Democrats, even with the super delegates, they are a lot more authoritarianly structured, and seeing them push Bernie out, seeing them box other people out. And I'm not even the biggest fan of Bernie, but the capitalist reform stuff I did agree with because of, Glass-Steagall and all of that need to be corrected. It's like they lost their minds. They lost their minds. And so a lot of stuff she's saying, and here, I'm going to say this, I don't want to make this long. The last thing I'm going to say is this. You play all of this stuff and all this stuff she's saying. Here's the funny thing. You got folks that will still tell us this ain't true. They'll try to find a reason to say, oh, it must be, even after all of this, you still got folks that will sit here and say, this ain't really as true. It ain't as bad. It couldn't have been that bad. And that's the stuff that kind of makes me mad.
Well, she told you why that is in the video.
Yeah,
Democratic
and
Party
I'm not even talking. But see, she's saying it's a religion or a cult with people that are insiders in the cult. I'm talking about like BGS has.
You talk about the regular people, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about regular people. The people till this day. The people that always try to retweet every little thing. Till like Trump is bad, but could the Democratic Party to only get this bad because a lot of the constituents were just that passe. It's not just black people, white people, a lot of people. Yeah, that's the main thing.
Well, you got to look at it. They literally ran damn near 2 presidential campaigns over Trump is bad.
I mean, the vote blew no matter who.
3.
It's crazy.
That was their only threat. So you're telling me right now, right? That's all you have. Trump is bad.
Pretty much.
You let the country get inflated. You put so much money into other countries, and you thought people were going to be patsies and vote you in because you had Obama speak down to black men. You had a DEI candidate that took the place of a bariatric dementia patient. This is serious, man.
Yep.
This is serious.
I mean, yeah, and what are these people doing? The same thing they did when Biden got elected the first time. A lot of them, they want to be quiet, or they get on the internet it's like I said, it's not just black people, white people. It's like this irrational behavior where the only thing you really know how to do is say Trump is bad, as if that's gonna mean anything for the next 4 years, or talk about what he's gonna do. And even this interview isn't blowing up like it really should be. I mean, this chick is basically telling everything, but people don't want to hear it because now they got to have accountability to them going. Even with certain people that would go up against like what either AB says, I say, BGS say, it's like you all were fighting for stuff that is so obviously wrong, and it's to the point now where somebody can literally give a confession, and because you're that invested, you're gonna say, "Oh, that confession was coerced." They will look at what this chick is saying and will try to somehow rationalize and say this is coerced. They will look at that US8 hashtag and try to find like an Andrew Tate tweet and say, "Oh, well, Andrew Tate is playing. They didn't really lock him up." People are irrational at this point.
Yeah.
And it's beyond Trump. It's like, yo, for real. Anyway.
Let me tell you what it really is, right? This is how you know the Democratic Party was a joke, right? When they were going through the confirmation hearings of Pete Hegseth and RFK Jr., were there any important, pertinent questions really asked?
No, they basically wanted to show they behind and pretty much knowing these people are going to kind of get confirmed unless they like really tripped up. And they were saying, I'm just going to show my behind.
And think about it.
But the onesies.
It's fucking sad that also Brooke from my state, who shouldn't have got elected because of her background. What type of vaccine should I take? You may not need to take as strong as a vaccine. People don't understand basic science, basic biology. There's some things that black people have a built-up immunity towards.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that reminds me. I'm waiting for them to release the findings on the vaccines that Dr. Fauci was pushing on people.
Charles, don't get me started.
But go on.
Just like Asian people have a natural immunity towards sugar and starches, which black people do not. That's why we have high numbers of diabetes.
Yeah, don't get me started, Charles. There are black people online trying to call RFK Jr. racist for saying that black people have a stronger immune system. I wish I was joking.
Yeah, because they associate the stronger immune system with the black people don't feel pain because they don't understand context. They just hear stuff and start parroting stuff. And most of these, like, honestly, if I would have asked most of those people, do you know who his dad is? And don't look it up, they probably won't. They probably won't even know.
Let me answer this. Biden pardoned Fauci, but that means absolutely nothing. Because
that doesn't mean nothing for a media thing.
Right. You can go ahead and be pardoned all you want to, but if I, as the president, hold a press conference and release the findings of what your vaccines were doing to people, where are you going to live where you feel safe? Because do remember, Trump did pull his security detail.
Yep.
Fauci is out there. He's like, you pay for your own security detail. We're not doing it. And then you release the findings and you find out that all of these side effects and everything, I mean, the whole Damar Hamlin situation or whatnot, but that better not be because of the vaccine. You won't be able to go to the mailbox in your robe and slippers and feel safe.
I mean,
you might even have people who died who were black because they had too strong of a goddamn vaccine. That's basically what the man was saying. You don't need this shit as strongly as for certain people. Why? Like, for example, there are certain drugs like crack that affected black women differently than black men. But you have so many people wrapped up in identity politics They don't know the truth from their asshole. And in fundamental ways, you have to say, wait a minute. We don't have any type of political standing right now when it comes to defense of our country.
Yeah, they just, I mean, the stuff that, I mean, folks are just enacting like really high school stuff. It's crazy when you see stuff. And like I said, man, that's why even with like the FBA stuff, like I had to really be honest. I said, there's a class part. There's too much hood street stuff going on with that. And it's losing, I'm 10 tones down for the idea, but how it's being executed, because people, it's like just a new pro-black. It's a new way to kind of not really deal with the problems, and in a way to just like kind of pretend that the internal problems with FBA people are just not present. And you see that even in the liberal bread tube stuff. It's crazy, man. Because I've been watching like a lot of, you know, some of these white content creators that they do documentaries on like big YouTube trends. So even these people usually got 1 million subs themselves, and they'll go into people like, you know, Destiny or people that are in his orbit or different people, and he like conservative and liberal, and what the lack of seriousness with a lot of this stuff, it really is, man, it's crazy. It really is when you really see it, because you know usually I don't be paying attention to white people.
It's weird because I did my earlier show. I would have been up here earlier, but I had to take a strong nap because I was doing so much shit earlier today. That's why I didn't even start my.
Yeah, that was a great stream.
And think about it. It's about the keys to the kingdom. A lot of people failed to take the keys of the kingdom, and what happened is, this is a lack of education. This is a lack of accountability. This is a lack of actually leadership.
That's what this woman was talking, Lindy Lee. That's what she was talking about in this interview. She was saying that Biden was not in charge. It was White House staffers and everything. It was young people. This is why you got all that trans stuff pushed in. It all makes sense now. That's why you got all this trans stuff.
Yeah, all that like acceleration, all of that crap. Yeah, it has been an uptick.
Right, all of this psychotic stuff that was going on, this cultish Democratic Party ideology. I mean, it really is a cult. Now we know why they were paying out all of this money to different celebrities and whatnot, as if that was going to capture the American people. I mean, Kamala Harris's campaign seemed to be that of somebody who was running for student president at a high school, not for presidency.
You know what's funny? I said that. I said that, and you know what? I agree that all this stuff obviously should be put out. Names should be put out. People should, I mean, it does, because quite frankly, my thing, these people, a lot of these, especially the low-level people, they're definitely going to get theirs. But my thing is, the audience, the constituents, there's a lot of people that just haven't been paying attention. And I'm talking about like not even politicians necessarily. I'm talking about like people just assume it just never would be that bad. And these are people, again, and I'm not trying to bring up people specific, but I remember these arguments, and I remember what I said, and I remember what folks said, and everybody, it can't, it's extreme, it can't. And truth be told, what she's saying is a lot worse than what we were saying.
Can I say something right quick?
The details.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anybody that's viewing on the respective channels, because it's simulcasting, can you please hit a like? We're not asking for donations. You have plenty of intelligent, gifted, talented people that's giving their opinion on this podcast. Can you please hit the respective channel that you're watching? Hit the like.
And if you do decide to get, that's cool. Here's the thing. A like, and if you feel like, and if you have the money to donate, the least you could do is a like. Those are actually free. But support your interest. Please like and give it a share to somebody who wants to hear the truth about American politics the last 4 years.
Yeah, we got 130. Well, it was 136 people in the room, but Bay Victus, welcome to the program. We watch our language here. Okay, we watch our language here. Andre, good to see you. Naima, welcome to the shop.
Hey, nice to meet all y'all. Hey,
I'm trying my best to watch my language. I'm trying.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we're gonna have to start explaining that more, because even with me, and I said something too. I said FUC, Charles. So this ain't at you myself, but because here's the thing: there is unfortunately, we don't get as many cuss words as other people get, because these white dudes be doing cuss words and they don't be getting limited like that. They don't do it like all the time, but they get a couple of S's and a couple of F's, because I be hearing it with even big documentary stuff that do thousands of views. So YouTube ain't like that, but usually YouTube, if you do it like once or twice, like more than once or twice, they'll sit there and limit your stuff. And what happens is, because we don't get a lot of views anyway, if they limit our stuff, so this is how YouTube does it. YouTube will say it's monetized if it's a live stream. It's monetized, then they'll limit it. Then you request to take it off. Now, if they take it off, remember, they don't give you the time that they were reviewing it. Now, you're still getting views. You're still and not even views. Views is not what's important. It's the watch time, especially with the long streams we do, because that's what you get paid on. You don't get none of that. If they take it off, they say, okay, from now on, we'll give it to you, because they pause it when they put limited. So you was getting it until they pause it, and then when they unpause it, and see, that's the game that they play. That allows them to take money off the top, and so they use that.
So I have no idea whose channel this is right now, but all I know is like when I'm on like the geek channels, I noticed that like they can say whatever they want to say, and they can swear as much as they want. They can say whatever they want, and typically
and say
it's
the
like,
N-word and everything, right?
Yeah,
well,
they
I
can
mean,
say
it is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying that to say whether it's right or wrong. We already know it's messed up.
Yeah, like,
I'm saying I don't want to make this a big thing. This is not meant to be like a whole rabbit hole.
Hold on,
because we
Ed.
already
Let
know
me-
white people don't do the same thing.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on, Vay. Hold on. Listen, for me, this is my brand spanking new channel. They killed my original channel over some BS. Okay, I'm trying to get off on a good start, a fresh start, and grow.
I'll just drop because like,
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something.
Is this the Super Troll? Is this Super Troll?
What are you talking about?
What is he talking about?
In other words, here's the part. You should donate to whoever's channel you're watching. You should give a like to whoever's channel you're watching. It's, you got to just talk a little bit slower and conduct yourself in an adult manner. This is politics. Yes. It's a shame. It's a daggone shame that we have to do so much policing of ourselves when everybody else gets to act buck wild with their atrocious behavior. But it's one of the things we have to do to combat basically the unfairness of streaming. You literally have people who will stream about nonsensical BS, and there's many of times myself, AB, Bay, Lewis, Ed, BGS. I think Jesse's gonna start streaming again. There's a lot of times we're on panels, each other's panels, supporting each other, and we're having some of the most introspective and deep conversations on the internet. Right now, if we were a part of the, how do you say it, the complexion for protection, look how long it took me to get to 6,000 plus subscribers. That was from shorts.
So So Ray said this. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but like Ray said this. But yes,
Does it have to do with? I'm not going to be rude, but I'm going to say this. Does it have to do with the topic at hand?
Yes, it has to do with the topic at hand. Is that basically they're able to say stuff like this and like they still benefit. Meanwhile, like you say, like the slightest.
Well,
thing.
we're on a black channel, so it doesn't matter.
When have you stopped being black?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
all right. I'll leave
Yeah,
it at
plus
that.
you're talking about those people are branded. They have brand deals, and they're and all of that stuff. Like I said, they killed my original channel.
Yeah,
all right.
I
But check out my sub channels. If y'all are familiar with my Embrace Villainy or my Bitter Truth Show channels, they killed BTS, which killed all the other channels up under it. So I'm trying to help this new channel. As you can see, News Ticks. I'm trying to help it get some legs. Okay, can we move on from that? Can we move on now?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
I gotta say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Wait,
on that.
Andre, hold up for 1 minute.
Yeah, got it.
Bay, can you
Yes.
please put the link to your new channel in the chat so everybody that is watching on the other respective channels, can you take a second and subscribe to the channel?
Yes, please do that. Please do that. Please, everybody.
So I can copy and put it, and everybody that's simulcasting, copy the link and put it in your comments so everybody that's watching, they could subscribe to the channel.
Right.
Yeah, because like
Continue to-
I actually I was actually sub to your other
No.
channel as well. Like
Yeah.
I can't say the name or nothing like that, but like yeah, like I was
You guys spread that. I'm sorry. You guys spread that. Copy and spread that because it only goes out to for me.
Yeah.
It only goes out to Villainous News and This Is Common Sense.
Yeah, like I was actually
I got
tight
you.
that they banned your other channel. Like I'm just like you weren't really saying anything over there.
It's
Like,
it's
what?
the fact of the matter. I'm gonna tell you, right? One of the things I had to stop personally was playing music. Everybody else can play whatever music they want for how long they want, which is funny. If you go on YouTube, there's a lot of people who built their channels off of having music on their channels.
Wrong channel, AB. But I appreciate it.
So it's the fact that
That's not the channel you're going live on.
Well, okay, this is what we're doing with Villainous News. Lewis and I, we're gonna do. I'm sorry, Charles, I don't mean to cut you off, but Villainous News is exactly what you're getting right now. It's the Monday open panel discussion on the week that was. All right, and then of course, News Ticks, which is This Is Common Sense. That's
Okay,
the
I got
daily show. That's gonna be my daily show.
Okay, news.
All right, so go ahead. I'm sorry. What? Where? Andre left? Okay, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
it's the fact of the matter that a lot of us need to really look at this and look at this interesting subject matter. And thank you for everybody who subbed to, Bay's new channel. You have to look at this issue with the Democratic Party with a fine-tooth comb and a magnifying glass. Because, one, like we said on my show and shows earlier, the Democratic Party is dead man walking.
Pretty much.
It's pretty much the Walking Dead. And it's because of not only their own doing, but you have the right person in charge uncovering a lot of the foolishness that's been going on. This DEI, the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's only been beneficial to white women and LGBT. and really, if you're black, you should be very insulted. These people didn't put you first.
Nope.
These people didn't put you first. You were literally
You're never put first.
You were literally humiliated. And when we saw the campaigning for the DNC chairperson, how many of those people humiliated themselves with their racial epithets?
Mm-hmm. Negro spirituals.
Negro spirituals. And it's funny because I'm like, if you're a black man right now that's heterosexual and you're part of the DNC, for the last week with AB, Bay, Lewis, Ed, and myself personally put on their channels and showed you the ridiculousness of that political party. Notice not one person, not one iota of a person represented you, black man.
Nope.
It was a bunch of overweight black and Hispanic women, LGBT, so-called non-binary black men.
Hold that for 2 seconds. Hold that for 2 seconds.
Hello, Democrats. Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
Keep in mind, nobody was talking, but go ahead, Charles.
Hold on. He said, I deserve. He said, I deserve. Get the hell out of here.
And what's sick
I got
about
you beat, babe, but go ahead. Go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
and what's sick about that is for 4 years, and I'm talking directly to black men, for 4 years, you weren't even at the bottom rung. You were buried beneath the ground, and you still support this. And I mean, I'm going to say this to people who are Democratic in the space, who I got love for. And there's nothing wrong of having differences of ideological differences. But this is what I would say to a lot of people who are Democratic, and we're still cool, got nothing but love for. How do you support that? I'm not saying you have to go Republican. I'm not even saying you have to be a Trump fan. Nope. But how do you support the lunacy that is currently the Democratic Party? I'm gonna stop right there.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead.
Not for nothing. Look, these next 4 years, like I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. It doesn't matter who's in office, but we're going to feel the pain as black people, regardless. And this economy is going to get a little worse before it gets better. People here have been putting content so you can help yourselves navigate in this environment. And I've been looking through a lot of people's channels. I always do. I always support the people I'm subscribed to. And a lot of times I take a look at the library. When it's BFF, black female effery, people get top-notch viewer ratings. But when it's information that can help you, you can't even get no viewers. And to the people, this is not, not trying to be hard on you. When you come in, even if you're in for 5 seconds, please just hit the like button, because it'll help with the algorithm. It help the channels get more exposure.
Lewis, and also to like the people here is I actually just seen something earlier. Like somebody posted, like it was basically like the Proud Boys were up there like doing their whole like, you know, I hate niggas and all this kind of shit, and yeah, they
Language. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Language.
yeah.
No cursing, please.
Yeah,
We just did a whole 10 minutes on that.
So sorry, but they got checked by black men, and yeah, they
posted that earlier.
yeah,
They posted that earlier. We doing that?
yeah, they destroyed them.
Yeah. Send you the video.
Yeah.
So that wasn't Proud Boys. This video here, that was some neo-Nazis out in Cincinnati, Ohio. That were protesting. And there's a good Twitter page. I Expose Racists, and they have like all the clips from that day.
And salute the Calvin.
I don't care if they were the pillow ticklers. This is 2025, not 1925. You can get your wig split running around, because that was in Columbus. What they did before, they look. You and I lived in Columbus. I moved out of there in 2019. You will get your wig split walking around with all of that racist stuff. They don't even accept racism in Congress and the Senate now. This is why people like Jasmine Crockett and them, they're about to get ran out. They already after the Muslim girl. They already after her simply based on her comments about Israel.
Hey, brother, let me ask you something. You're from Ohio. I got family from Ohio, right? Ohio, they got legal constitutional carry, right? Like Indiana and Atlanta and shit like that, right? And then they also got
Watch your language.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You know what? We're gonna put up Snowman's Cash App, and every time y'all cuss, y'all got to send him $1.
right. I gotta donate every time I get a tip jar.
Donate to the Cash App.
Yeah, my bad.
Go ahead.
Put it up right now.
So Ohio has the guns, and they have the weed, like legal.
Okay.
So it's like on both ends.
Okay.
That's a good state to be in. Constitutional
you know what?
carry and recreational marijuana.
I'm down here in Atlanta. They have the same thing. They just approved bump stocks last year. Like I think about October. Yeah, they approved bump stocks. I went straight to the gun store. They didn't have them. I had to order mine off of Amazon. But we have smoke shops down here. But to answer this question, the super chat here, who was in control of the football nuclear codes? They just selected far left reps at that convention 2 weeks ago as their new leaders. Well, that was the thing. The staffers had control, but do understand you still have to. You can't just go pushing buttons, at 2:30 in the morning like you ordering a pizza. There are so many steps before you can even talk about nuclear codes.
There's so many. One, there's a military officer always with them at all times. There's always somebody who's going to have checks and balances at all times. See, what's happening? Shout out to Calvin Roger. Long time no see, brother. What's up, Sergeant Major? You gotta realize that, and I'm gonna get to this bump stop. There's checks and balances, meaning people think the military, we just go and follow orders. There are reasons why there's going to be a challenge, especially when something as dire as a nuclear strike taking place. There's going to be we're going to have confirmation by the president and his staff, especially his staff, because they're going to be like, hey, sir, do you really want to go by this? But like I've said for years, I think that black men should have firearms, should be trained in firearms. Hell, you should even get a bow and arrow if necessary.
Protect yourself by any means necessary.
I got one on the wall sitting up next to the AR.
Yeah, like the main reason why I brought that up because it was like
Language, Andre.
Next time he curse, he guys donate $1.
I ain't gonna curse. Like I'm not gonna curse. Like I can
Smalls,
talk
you're
without
killing me.
So,
All right, let's go.
All right, so because I was watching the video earlier, and I was happy as hell to see it because it was like these dudes like they check these like white nationalist dudes and
Yeah, we already been over. Okay.
We've been over
yeah.
it, Rick.
Well, just don't interrupt.
Okay.
Just
We
listen.
already been over that, Andre.
Let them get it out. Let them get it out. Come on.
Yeah, so
Let 'em-
they
just let them say what
They
they
being
do.
late to the party on every freaking thing. Shit.
It's fine, but let them get it
AB.
out.
I mean AL.
Show the man some respect. Y'all want people to
$1.
respect y'all. You gotta give it to get it. So go ahead, brother. Say what you gotta say.
Yeah, all I was saying is like they, you know, like yeah, like they stop them in their tracks basically, and they also burn their flag. So like I highly respect that because especially like right now because right now we're in Black History Month, so that's
not gonna fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only did he stop him in that track,
I could
One
definitely
second.
respect that.
he
1 second. PK, yo, they look. They've been playing footsies with this whole bump stock thing down here in Georgia. But I mean, it's great that now you can carry conceal without a license. But the bump stock things, it was off and on, and now that it's on, I got mine. So if they cut it off too late, I already got it. But go on.
They have a question.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was before you go to your question.
Right.
So the whole thing that y'all talking about in Lincoln Heights, Cincinnati, Ohio, not only did they stop them in their tracks, but they ran them people out of there. The police told them, y'all better get in y'all van and get the hell up out of here before we leave y'all to them. And you know, with that situation, they actually snuck into the neighborhood at nighttime and damaged some cars. And so the very next morning, now you have brothers that's doing armed patrols in the area now. So shout out to them.
So it's like I said about when people talk about defund the police. Okay, when stuff happens, you're going to form a police state anyway. It's natural. Oh boy, human beings, silly mortals.
So I want to capitalize off of something that Lewis was speaking on before we went somewhere else with it. And I've been saying this, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, right? Because you still have the whole tariff situation, but Trump is trying to put money back into Americans' pockets. Trust me, a lot of countries are going to cave on the tariff situation because we buy more of their goods than anybody else across the planet. So they will cave. And as Trump announced, I think it was either yesterday or today, where he said that they're trying to do away with the IRS and create the ERS, where we no longer have to pay federal income taxes. The tax dollars that we'll get to replace us will be external from other countries. This is why it was the big deal of concerning NAFTA. Like, hold on, wait a minute, what are you doing? You've got American companies moving overseas for cheaper labor, and you're not taxing them? Are you crazy? What is this? And then the tariffs, I don't know who came up with this whole situation with tariffs, but it's ridiculously unfair that you get to flood the market with your products, which especially at a cheaper rate, because you're not paying your fair share of taxes / tariffs, and you're putting businesses here in America out of work. That's the whole thing with the tire industry. They were flooding the market. I think it was Taiwan or something. They were flooding the market here in America with tires by sending in way too much, which of course destroyed other companies, other factories or whatnot, until they Trump hit them with the tariffs. Same thing with like Temu. Those of you, have you ever bought things from Temu?
No, never.
Yeah, well, they've got great prices. You might be lucky and get exactly what you paid for, but they're flooding the market. China is flooding the market with cheap products that kill places like Walmart and Target. All right, the dollar stores. It's not just crime that does it. It's not crime. It's also imports.
Excessive imports, you know, because
Yeah.
because you got to understand the whole thing about supply and demand. Somebody needs to crack open a book on economics here, folks. Read Economics 101. The textbook
Right.
stories are insightful.
You telling black people to read?
Am I wrong for that?
Yes.
All right, so we're here. All right, so we're here till 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. EST.
Yeah, yeah. I would love for you guys to like talk about the tariff stuff because you guys have seen now that like apparently Trump is like trying to put tariffs on steel as well. It's steel and something else, I believe.
Well, you got to realize steel from other places. It depends on the country because a lot of countries.
Canadian steel.
Well, here's the crazy part, right? A lot of these NATO countries have only paid 1 to 10% of what's owed, and the bulk for the longest time, America's paid the 90%.
Oh, now Jibba Jabba come in. Go get the bill.
Yeah, yeah, Charles. By the way,
let me
Kevin
finish.
O'Leary's been covering this stuff. Like I've been like following this stuff. Like,
Hold on, let him spit it out. Let Charles spit it out. You know he takes those pregnant pauses.
I take them. Because, I take them because you know.
don't do my bad, Charles. Like that.
That's what a period actually supposed to do is pause. You know, everybody speaks in the run-on sentence format. But here's the craziness about it. Canada is going to have to do some certain things because there's a lot of issues that we got from Canada. Because
Such as?
One was fentanyl, but because a lot of fentanyl was coming from Canada too. They don't talk about it because you know everybody wants to put the focus on Medico, but there was a lot of fentanyl and a lot of things coming down from Canada. So, and if you have anything when it comes to the pharmaceutical company, because y'all do have a robust pharmaceutical companies, you know, you got to pay your fair share. And that's the whole thing about it. For the longest time, the American public has been overtaxed. And we've been supplying military training, military weaponry to all these countries for so many decades. And what did we get in return? You're behind the kiss. And somebody comes out. That's why Trump's first term, you started seeing people paying more into NATO when he was going to threaten to disband it. And if you disband NATO, Europe is going to fight amongst itself like it always done beforehand. Go ahead.
That's fine. Oh, by the way, the Lindy Lee, the Sean Ryan show. We're gonna discuss that throughout the week on News Ticks.
Oh yeah, and by the way, when you put the video hashtag put the hashtag Sean Ryan Show. He allows you to use this material. He just asks us just to hashtag him, which is a benefit.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Which is a benefit because it's going to drive your viewership up. Your viewership up.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
hold on. We're getting off. Hold on, we're getting off topic. Getting back to what Lewis was talking about concerning the economics. Right now, it's 2025. There is no excuse for you not to be able to make money through a gig economy, especially online. I have mentioned several times about how you can join Bitcoins. You can invest in Bitcoins. You can invest in stocks. I've done whole podcasts on it. Right now, you can invest in Bitcoin just on Cash App, although I wouldn't really mess with Cash App because they have a strange habit of closing your account when you have thousands of dollars in it. But I would more so go, this is just for the casual person that doesn't know a thing about Bitcoin. All right. Go Venmo. Open up a Venmo account. Use the 3 coins on Venmo. I'll say it again. I've said it 1,000 times. Matter of fact, as I pull it up, y'all see me on my phone. So I've got $50 on 3 coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, and I'm sitting at $731, and it just jumped up to 73 cents. And the bulk of that came after Trump's presidency. All right. Trump is planning on dumping money into Bitcoin to help offset BRICS. I've said this, 50 times so far, Lewis?
Yep.
Right. Now is the time. $20 at the cheapest. $20 just on Bitcoin will eventually change your life. Right now, everything is like kind of on a slow little ride. But when he does that, you're pretty much getting in on the ground floor, not when it's growing. You get in on the ground floor, and when it happens, you say Venmo is not working overseas. Venmo is only domestic. Well, do what you got to do. You say you trade on Cash App, you'll be fine. Hey, look, my cousin is an accountant. All right, they killed her Cash App account. There are plenty of people who talk about Cash App killing their account. So if you want to roll the dice, roll the dice. I can only tell you what I know, anecdotal evidence. But do what you have to do, player. Don't go by me.
I don't even know whose stream this is. Like, I have no idea whose stream this is, but
it's multiple.
You see it right there you see the ticker on the bottom of the screen?
We're simulcasting one.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't even matter. Like, I'm sorry I said that.
You asked the question, but we're just gonna answer it real quick. The main is right there, which is Bay's channel, his new channel. And we're simulcasting. A lot of us, how many simulcasts? I don't know. Lewis is, I am, who else?
It's 5 streams up here.
Yep, 5 different streams.
2 of them are me though.
I know it's all good, bro. Like, cause like they did you dirty, bro. Cause I did see you post that. Like, I did see you post that on your other channel that they took your channel down, and yeah.
Hey, let me tell y'all something. Hey, that Chicago, the Red Building in Chicago. My mom's assistant vice president of that. She's the actuary of that. That's what I'm telling you. I know math. I know all this shit.
You're good.
Language.
Yes, please. Thank you, Jesus.
My bad. You gotta put it. You gotta put it to the.
You know what? From now on.
10 times a tip jar.
Okay, look. From now, hey, from now on, next week, next Monday, I'm going to put Snowman's Cash App up there, and you guys are going to donate $1 for language.
Pretty much.
That's going to be the rule. Either
I don't even
donate
know.
or get kicked. That's going to be the rule.
I don't even
That's going to be the rule. We're going to help the Snowman out, but that's going to be the rule.
Yeah, bird is going to be sugar honey iced tea.
But at any rate, what I am going to do. Hold on.
Apologize again.
No, you're fine. But listen, because we only got like 11 minutes left. So look, from now on, what I'm going to do with the News Sticks channel, I will do a brief money channel dealing with stocks. Now, I say right now, I'm not some stockbroker. I'm not sitting up here, with the visor on, the green see-through visor with the whole old-timey things. I am not a money guy, but I'm telling you, I'm just going to tell y'all what works for me and what I'm investing in that is turning me a profit. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
I am not selling a product. I'm not promoting anything. I'm just telling y'all what's working for me and the things that I see that might be popping.
If y'all are like willing to like answer the question, it's just
sure.
It's like these new tariffs, like these steel tariffs that they're putting on Canada. Like they already have tariffs already, right? Like you guys should know like the tariffs already. Like steel. Well, sorry, it was oil. Well, crude oil, wood. And now it's steel, and it was something else. It's just
toilet paper.
So
the things that Canada.
Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because, like America,
yeah,
the United States of America has more oil and more gold and more everything than anything Canada or anything else could try to bring to us, to try to tempt us with. We already have it.
Right.
North America, the United States of America already has anything that anybody could tempt us with.
You really need to look into that stuff.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing when it comes to the tariffs. I'll say it again. More goods and services are bought here in the United States than the world over.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are a consumer nation. Do you understand? Yeah. One of the main reasons I'm not even up on a lot of this stuff like I usually am is because, like I said, I'm doing early spring cleaning, which means I've got packages coming every other day. So I'm busy putting together stuff. So I'm not being astute because, I'm a consumer. I'm a capitalist.
So you just said that America is a consumer nation. So
right.
So why put on tariffs if you're a consumer nation?
In other words,
because you need to buy from us. Because you need to buy from us. Because if you don't buy from us, you're out of business.
Saying the opposite of what a
you need us. This is what he's saying. You need us to buy from you, so that way you can be rich. Ain't nobody in Kazakhstan buying no damn Rolls Royces and BMWs and whatnot. Ain't nobody from Kazakhstan buying items made from China.
No Kazakhstan sandals.
So right, exactly. People are not buying your products at the rate, especially on the return on investment. I'll say it like
this.
I live in the South suburbs. Hello.
And everybody doing off of
Please
Michael Jackson.
Hold on. Let the host speak.
BGS that just pulled up.
Let the host speak, man.
BGS has already been here and left. Him and Ed were here. They left. And I appreciate you guys for coming out, by the way. So at any rate, we are the ones, again, I'll say it again. We are a consumer nation. Okay? We're like selling your products to the United States is like dumping a fat kid in a cake shop.
Ooh.
And if you're not being taxed on your goods and services, then you're pretty much having almost pure profit. So when you hit a country with tariffs, you're cutting into their profits. When you cut into a country's profits, especially like manufacturing plants and everything, the same thing that happens over here happens over there. I can't afford you as a worker. We got to shut down. We got to lay people off, etc., etc.,
You can't sell
etc.
on this block.
Right. So therefore,
Yeah,
if you call yourself not wanting to play ball with Trump, aka the president of the free world, United States, the free market world,
Number 47.
then you are lawnmower grass.
I mean, Trump is
Formulate your question in a better statement, man. Because
America is definitely going to take over Greenland. Greenland doesn't stand a chance. But I highly doubt they're going to be able to do that to Canada. I highly doubt.
Here's the part about Canada, right? What's Canada's biggest export?
I believe natural gas.
Our biggest export is oil.
So,
I believe it's oil. I believe it's oil.
The U.S. has the most oil on the planet.
So here's the crazy part.
We don't have the.
Let Charles answer the question. Y'all know he do the
part, right? If you can't sell your oils, and what's your second biggest export?
I believe natural gas, Chuck. I mean, Charles.
Yeah, yes.
Natural gas.
Natural gas.
If you can't sell to us, number one, if we wanted to play hardball, we're your closest consumer. It is cheaper to sell to us because you don't have to pick up a lot of the logistics costs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One train right over the border, right?
Not even a train.
Trucks.
Of course, it's a train.
Volkswagen.
You could just boom right there. So, if your closest consumer, one of your the largest consumer, stops buying from you, and you have to sell to somebody else
at a lower market, lower rate.
No. That's not actually true because other countries been trying to buy resources from Canada.
How is
for a
that
while.
not true? Once again, what's the closest which country is closest to you?
That would be the U.S. because
So
we are neighbors.
What does logistics mean?
What does logistics mean?
Yes.
The actual definition, I can't say this off the top.
Hey, Charles, I used to work at the railroad. It's moving things around. You got to move things around, right?
Give me your moving, your transportation, and your supplies. What happens if you're trying to sell oil or gas to, let's say, China?
Man, I'm going to bed. Have a good one.
All right.
Now, what happens if you try to sell to China? Would that be
How do you get it there?
Well, if Canada tried to sell oil to China or any other resource, America would probably start doing some peacekeeping work in Canada.
Well, like they need some freedom.
Some freedom fighting or peacekeeping work.
But here's the biggest problem. Even before that, is it going to be a much bigger logistical issue? So it's going to take more money for you to transport more ships. In America, you don't need a ship, do you? In North America, right?
Well, for the longest time,
No, the end. Just say no. Just say no.
If Canada is selling to
We're
America,
we're getting
just a
short
train.
on
It doesn't
time.
take nothing.
We're getting short. You got 2 minutes.
All right, just I've been talking about the Keystone Pipeline. I've been saying this for a while now. I would love for this to get activated. That's all I'm saying. It's like it's already partially created. Just finish it off. All I'm saying.
That's American indigenous land.
Well, we could bypass them. Like, yeah, don't worry about those people.
But go ahead, Bay. You got the
You're
floor.
talking to those people.
All right,
It's
so
later right now.
all right, y'all. Yeah, let's wind it down. We've been here in next 30 seconds. It'll be 4 hours, and that is the mark in which I've set.
Hey, Bay, real quick, and I'm gonna just say this 10 seconds. You were talking about crypto. I would heavily suggest that you look at XRP, and then as far as stocks, look at Palantir, ticker symbol PLTR, and Nebulous, ticker symbol MBIS, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you have my email? Do you need my? I'm gonna drop you my email.
Okay, yeah.
So you can send this to me because, like I said, I'm busy. It's bittertruthshow@gmail.com.
Bitter Truth Show, one word at gmail.com.
Yes, all one word.
Okay.
Spell it.
All right.
Spell it.
Was it BITTERTR? You said Bitter Truth Show, right?
Mm-hmm.
BITTERSHOWTRUTH
Oh,
at Gmail.
forgot the
Okay.
truth.
Yeah, I was just spelling out the truth. That's why I was just
Bitter
spelling out the truth.
Truth Show.
Yeah. I only hit the link. I don't know whose channel this is. Bitter Truth. If this is your channel, I am so sorry they took your channel down, man. Like I'm mad about it, bro.
It's fine. I mean, I lost some good content that I had on Embrace Villainy, but it's fine. It's fine.
I like
look
that
at
piece
it
you
as
did with
a blessing,
Ilion.
guys. So okay, so closing thoughts. We'll start with Lewis.
I'll go first. Thank you.
Lewis, your name's not Lewis. Okay, Lewis, go ahead.
Be good to others, but first and foremost, be good to yourself.
Right. Who's next in line? Charles.
Woo! Always a pleasure. Much success to the new channel. Remember, black men, be the hero of your own narrative and hold your own testicular fortitude because you're gonna need it.
Woo! All right, Naima.
First and foremost, do not ever refer to me as a DEI inclusion to this. Secondly, like to second what Charles said, protect your necks and your rear ends because things are about to get a whole lot worse before they get better. So do not get caught with your pants down unless you're a Scotsman with a kilt. With that, happy birthday, Kareen. Y'all have a blessed evening.
All right, Vay Victus.
Hey, Bitter Truth. Hey, thanks for having me up here. I came from Charles. Charles, me and him got the same birthday, same month or whatever. But anyway, good to see you again. And hope to see you again.
All right. And Electrician 480, even though you were regulated to the back.
It's all good. It's all good. Hey, just appreciate y'all for the couple of seconds. Just remember the XRP. It's all about investing. Make sure we invest right. And it's gonna be some hard shit going on. Oh, my bad. It's gonna be some hard stuff going on. But I believe in investing right. I think we're gonna be all right. Peace.
All right. And my closing thought is, look, ego will get you killed. Ego will get you killed. Pride will get you hurt. Your job is to de-escalate situations. De-escalate. 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 When you walk out the door, your mission is to make it home and put that head on the pillow. Right? All right. So, all right. I will catch y'all later. Y'all be safe. Be good to others. Peace.
He must have given up, thrown in the towel, abandoned his sad little masquerade. I finally got to him. The power of the press triumphs.